this
the car.
hallucinatory
Like,
god. Stop. Tell me how your hallucinatory god controlled other people, please.
like it would tell me that it would send people to for conversations or things I needed to learn, and then like random people that I hadn't talked to. But like, so all this could be coincidence, and I understand.
So you're saying it would tell you that it would send people for conversations. It
Yeah.
told you beforehand someone would come and you would talk to them.
Well, so
Or
one
did it
day,
tell you afterwards that someone you talked to was sent by them?
a good example would be one day it told me like, so today you're to help 3 weary souls, and like, yeah, maybe I looked out for these 3 people, but the way they came and the interactions I had with them didn't feel like they were random, and and
It told you that you were going to
today I
help
was
3
supposed to
weary
help
souls
3 weary.
as weary souls.
Correct.
And
Are you familiar with confirmation bias?
Yes, and I understand that that is glaring confirmation bias. So yeah, totally. If it was just that incident, I would also have not come to this conclusion. But as a grand scale, like the entire 2 months and everything that I saw, like if I put it all together, like the evidence is overwhelming. But like any one experience, I can easily explain away given enough logic.
Is belief benefiting you?
That's a good one too. At times, I feel like it does, and at other times, I feel like I wish I could go back. I wish I could close Pandora's box and go back to non-believing because it felt like a simpler thing. It felt better. It felt better to not. But like it also like there's a different. It feels that way, but is it a choice? That's a good question. Is anything a choice? Is a good question. Free will at all is a good question.
I'm asking in the realm of which choices appear to exist, regardless of free will or determinism. If there's an illusion,
we're not talking about free will and determinism.
Right. If there's an illusion of something that seems to be a choice, do you choose your belief?
I like to think I do.
Why do you choose it? You just said you wished you could go back to not believing it.
Because
seems like you're choosing what you want.
Seems like I could. So, but like, it's like the evidence that I acquired was to me something that I can't now say like, oh well, that was an anomaly, or that was, like I can't write it off, and simply it was nice to live in a reality where it wasn't like that.
Hang on, the evidence you required was what though? Was being talked to in a hallucinatory state and having confirmation bias, or what could be.
For me to break down the entire 2 months is going to be difficult, but like we can work on certain things. Like
I'm not interested in you breaking down the entire.
Well, that's what it would take for me to tell you all. I did not make a list. Part of me wishes like I wrote a lot more down, but
is it possible that any of the things that you're considering evidence now are imagined or fabricated from all of your hallucinatory states?
Oh, so I mean, like what? That's I mean, I haven't considered that they were post-hallucinatory, as in like it could have been good points, but like I feel like they were real. Like I understand what you mean, but like they felt like reality to me. So like I gotta call.
So,
Kat has a question.
Yeah.
This kind of goes back to what I was just saying. I understand with enough critical thinking some many of these things, or something that is going on within your own mind, I have come to the conclusion through my many travels, in my opinion, are going on within our minds. And if it's, but it is, it seems like right now that these are the only explanation is this one. But I feel like start to seem like there is another explanation. Like any of the things that Thrayle has proposed, they're all very good explanations. And I'm not trying to discount your experience. I so understand where you're coming from. I'm just trying to share.
You were way more fair than I would have been prior to this with myself. I would have assumed that I was insane, which sometimes I still question and wonder about. My saying is outside of my old worldview that it was even a possibility or like a thing that could happen. So I do understand you having some experience with some 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 yeah, cause and effect is totally makes sense to me.
Really quick, I'm going to talk past you, and it's not to be rude, but I do need to thank Amoria, Shell, Legion, Robot Heather, and 96 for helping with our previous goal, and anybody else who might have helped as well from a private account. I do thank you. 6, do you leave room for the possibility that this knowing of a God, a creator being, is in error?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I definitely hold room for it. I don't think that it's the most likely. At this point, I don't think that it's the most likely explanation to everything that I've. But yeah, I do hold that maybe that there was some kind of. It would help if I had some kind of or something.
Why would you think that it would need to be a tumor if you've been altering the chemistry of your brain? Could it not just be a chemical imbalance for the time being? Temporary?
That's a possibility. Yeah, I mean, but like I don't know how I can affect outside of me like that. So
what do you mean
you
you can affect
understand?
outside of you? Sorry, the cat actually had a better question.
like birds and animals and other people and like so like let me give you one
Do
more
you
example.
what these things are doing in your brain? Like, do you understand the chemistry behind that? The neurochemistry?
Which things are we talking about?
This,
Like
the, the,
Dimitri?
like, yeah. Like any substance that you put into yourself.
So I think they each have their unique
Right, but
Really? Are you a
really.
neuroscientist?
not the Dimitri so much, but like
That's one I know the best.
so that's the one I probably know the least on the effects of the brain, but like things like
So,
the special one and a couple other ones.
so hit me up on Discord sometime, and we should talk about that.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm definitely down. I'm interested. I'm interested to learn all kinds of things.
Um,
Very open-minded.
I'm wondering, 6, if you can, if you woke up tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe that you hadn't contacted anything supernatural and that all of these experiences were most likely just a result of the chemical imbalance in your brain that you induced, would that change your life?
If I found out that it was all like not real, yeah. Sometimes I wonder, like, so, like, the very, very first time I did the Dimitri, I went real hard, uh, harder than I ever went after that, because like time like skipped, and like I set it down, and like I kept going, and like was experienced the experience, and then I looked in my hand, and I was still
Did, did we
something
lose him?
happened, and then like part of me wonders like what if I like all of a sudden I'm right back in that position, holding that thing, and for you know what I mean? And like this is all like a post experience, because like I said, reality got different than I ever knew reality before that experience. So maybe I'm still
We're
in
losing
that
you.
experience, like the whole in Rick and Morty.
I asked.
I did not hear the question. No.
Hmm.
What question was it? Can you repeat it for me?
I was asking if your life would change if you were to find that everything that you had come to believe in this was a fabrication of your mind, but instead
Oh,
you
and
want
then I said yes.
to tell
It
me.
continued. I said yes. My first thing was yes. I think it would change my, yeah, of course. How could it not? Yes. Yes is your answer. I'm
What would
sorry if I
change?
was not. I guess I would revert back to my old understanding of the way the world was, right?
Your old understanding of the way the world was,
Yeah, if I
which
found
was
out
what?
that everything that I experienced was not real, which was
Yeah, well,
the normal, like probably the one like that science and that things don't happen, the universe isn't conscious, and I'm in, like I'm a sovereign being, and that there's, like I never believed in any of the hocus pocus. I didn't believe in spirituality. I didn't think rocks had power. I didn't believe in none of that stuff. You know what I mean? So like,
you believe all
I don't
those
know.
things now.
I don't, but I'm very open minded to things, because like
Hmm.
I had my worldview turned upside down. So if I could be wrong about that, I can be wrong about anything, and including and not limited to what I'm talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
I really would think that we should talk about the please hit me up on Discord sometime.
Yeah, you're interesting.
I don't really
I met
have.
you in Zeke's live, and
Mhm.
you were. I can't wait for you to watch Tomorrowland. So
I don't really have any more questions for you, Six. I appreciate you coming up and being as open as you
absolutely,
have been.
man.
I hope
That's
that you
fine.
keep asking questions and potentially consider the possibility that you've induced your own understanding here through your own actions.
Yeah, real quick before you drop me, if you don't mind, I wanted to tell you another quick story of where like
Power or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. Go ahead and request on up. No offense, Six. I'm ready to move on. I do it to
Uh,
my friends too.
oh yeah, he does, especially if Hammy's here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if this person's gonna. Uh, there they go. Orlando,
Hello.
can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm sorry, what?
Can I get your age?
49.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Actually, my question is to you.
Oh, well, then go ahead and ask it in the comments. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up if you can question your beliefs. Should I have entertained his question?
No. That was an awful way to come up here.
Yeah, my question to you is...
Both Siding says in the comments that he never did a pen, he only took measured amounts, and I said, what kind of responsibility is that, measuring and stuff?
Hello, Lost Tim. I think you've been up here before, but can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, I'm 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, anything like that?
I mean, the closest thing to like a belief in a god would be kind of like the god of Spinoza or something along those lines. I think anything else is kind of like an egregore. Like it exists, but it's like because of like the conscious energy, you know what I'm saying? Like
Conscious energy makes things exist like Spider-Man.
yeah, it kind of yeah. Like a cup is a cup because of the awareness you have of it, not because you get what I'm saying.
A cup is a cup because of the awareness you have of it, not because it's a cup.
Right. Otherwise, it would just be an assortment of energy and atoms. So God is just like, you know, these deities or whatever are kind of like it's a collective like I mean egregore is literally the best way I can explain it.
Can you define egregore as you're using it?
Yeah, I just had
Okay. Well, he's off app. I'm guessing he's Googling what egregore is for a definition. While he does that, we can't hear him talk, so...
You can't hear me?
No, when you leave the app, we can't hear you.
Ah.
You didn't know that?
It's no, I didn't know that actually. It's basically like an entity formed from shared thoughts and beliefs. So it's kind of like how like you know something like Jesus or whatever is really real to these people because of like the collective like energy and passion put into it. You know the connected beliefs or whatever shared.
So it's as real as they want. Real quick, I'm going to talk past you and thank Robot Heather 96 for helping with the previous goal. But you're saying that in your belief that do you think that these egregores actually exist? That once people believe in them, they take on a life of their own and gain some kind of sentience, agency?
I don't think like they exist objectively, but it's almost like there's enough energy and belief around it to the point that there is an experience of it and reality of it. Like
What
the
is
guy that
energy? What is energy?
I mean, intrinsically what everything is.
I'm sorry, energy is intrinsically what everything is. What do you mean by that?
I mean, like energy is just like it's everything. It's like the fundamental nature of things from my perspective.
You believe energy is the fundamental nature of things?
Yeah, I think that checks out. Yeah, things, energy. Yep, I think so.
I'm not quite sure I know what you mean. What do you mean by fundamental nature of things?
Like the base of everything, like at its core, it's just energy.
At the core of everything, it's just energy.
Like the substance, pretty much, of
Energy
everything.
is a substance.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Bro.
You're
It's
talking
why
about
are you
energy.
using words if you don't know what they mean?
I mean, it is late, bro. I do know what energy is. I just can't think of like a, you
Who
know what
is
I'm saying?
bruh?
My bad.
Sure. I don't see bruh up here. Is that somebody in the comments?
I guess let me try to rephrase what I'm saying, right? Like, so pretty much like the experience of these entities or whatever, it exists because of like shared thoughts and reinforced experiences and like yeah, I don't know how to
Thoughts.
tie.
What do you mean by shared thoughts?
So like for example, like churches or whatever, like they may share a thought about
Something and communicate it to each other and then
or, yeah,
interpret that.
sure. A shared thought or shared belief, like you know, if they somehow genuinely think, you know,
So
Jesus.
if two people think of Jesus but have slightly different thinkings about a Jesus, does that mean a Jesus comes into existence, or do they just each have their own little individual imaginary Jesus?
Like yeah, so it begins to me to become like this collective thing. Like so,
How
yeah,
does it become a collective thing?
it's kind of like pretty much people intermingling. It becomes like this generalized thing, right? Like so people like most religions and whatnot, like they think, you know, it's like this, they have the same figure, but like you're suggesting there, it's a subjective experience across the board, but like a subjective experience echoed enough kind of becomes like this objective thing to them, like to the experiencer, not like
What's
everyone.
what's becoming objective?
The existence of,
How is it objective?
I mean, you'd have to ask a theological person that one.
Well, that was your belief, is that through belief and energy of some kind of whatever that is, that things become objective as
Not necessarily like not to me, but like to the experiencer of that belief.
so
It,
to someone experiencing something from their standpoint, something is objective.
with enough reinforcement, I think so. Yeah,
What does objective mean?
objective, like it's tangible.
Objective means tangible.
It's like the sense I'm using, and I don't have like the spot on definitions for you, my man. I'm not a dictionary.
You keep using these words. I mean, do they mean what you think they mean?
I'm pretty sure they do. I could be wrong. I mean, am I not articulating myself to where you're understanding what I'm trying to say?
Are you drunk, Tim? So you're saying that if enough people put enough thought into things, things div, but what you mean is they become physical and.
I'm saying basically the gods, right there. I think like I don't know if you're trying, like intentionally not trying to get what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
Like I don't know, fixating on the definitions of the words, man. But like,
Do you think that it would help
yeah,
if
I
that
feel
you
like I
were
make
clear in your speech?
perhaps.
Do you
It
think
might
it's
help.
important to you know the meaning of the words you're using?
I think not being able to articulate definitions doesn't necessarily imply you don't have an understanding of terms.
Do you think that not being able to articulate what energy is, for instance, might indicate that
Sure.
So, what is the belief that you came up here to have questioned?
I mean, pretty much that like gods are just basically these things that become real to people based off
Real
energy
people.
into it, like thought focus and shared.
When you say real to people, does that mean that like if 1,000 people um, all have this egregore and it's becoming somehow real, that it will be real to only that 1,000 people?
Yeah,
And
it almost becomes like so we would even me and you could possibly be aware of it. To a sense. It
what do you mean
becomes
aware of it? You mean
like
aware that other people
right, like we
really
become right, yeah, like you
peruse the Bible a little more? It exists
like you
as
might know.
something people think about. But does that actually mean that it exists in any way for you or for me if we don't believe in it with that energy you talked about?
I mean, in a sense, you get what I'm saying. Like it
No,
becomes a part of your reality to the minimum sense that you like what you understand about it.
becomes a part of your reality.
Yeah, of your
So,
experience. Like so, like when you learn about like one of them, for example, like you know, just think of any kind of god like Zeus or whatever. Like before, if you have never heard anything about Zeus prior to that, it's just like literally a sound. But the
so
moment,
in the same way that by knowing now about Lord of the Rings, it becomes real. So that is somehow real in
it
a
it,
way.
it it exists. That's the best way I can
It
put it. Like it's not
exists. You mean
necessarily
it
real.
exists as an idea?
Right,
Why
but
would you take that a step further and try to impose some kind of consciousness or individual existence on it like an egregore? Why would you classify it in that way?
I mean that's just my perception. Like that's the only way I can really conceptualize how people um like find these things to actually have some kind of
And that's what happens when my earbud monitor dies. Um, so you're saying when because people find things to believe in instead of just characters. Can you tell me the difference between a character and an egregore?
I feel like an egregore has like an actual impact on people's like how they function in life and whatnot and their
Hmm.
worldview and characters kind of I mean yeah I can get how you can say the
So
similarities.
someone who has some deep affinity for Darth Vader and dresses in black and wears shirts that indicate an alignment to the dark side, and that person has now made Darth Vader an egregore. Is that what that
No,
is?
that's not what I'm saying because it's not that. See, at that point, that's just like
Oh, I see.
it makes an egregore when it's like a
Vader fan club.
even then it's not really.
So, really quick, I'm going to talk past you just real quick to thank Kat, Robot Heather, Moria, and 96 for helping with that goal. You guys are knocking these goals out like crazy tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Um, Tim, do you see that you're not really differentiating between a character and an egregore in a very clear way that's understandable?
Yeah, I guess I can get that.
So, why try to make such a distinction? Why try to impose some kind of extra existence by calling them egregores?
I mean, that's just how I interpret like deities.
Why? Mhm.
I mean, that's just what it seems to be to me. Like the reality of it is like a perceived shared experience magnified.
Mm. A perceived shared experience, so not even just a shared experience, but something that seems to be shared.
Right. Because like you mentioned earlier, even though it may seem to be objective at that point, it's still a subjective thing. It's still my version of Jesus or your version of Jesus.
Mhm.
But we may, it's at this point we all have an idea of this thing because of how what I'm saying, how much shared thought is around it.
We all have an idea.
Sure, I'm pretty sure like all of us on this panel have some idea of what Jesus is.
Oh, I see. You meant us up on the panel. Well, what what benefit is this belief doing you, Tim?
I feel like it keeps me a little bit more grounded.
How in what way?
I mean, like if you view deities as like egregores, I feel like you realize it's not something you should probably be giving your focus and energy to.
You're saying that by recognizing that it is somehow and in existence, by giving it energy, then you'll stop giving it energy.
I'm sorry, could you say that last part one more time?
That by recognizing these things only exist because you give them energy, you'll somehow stop giving them
You'll stop giving them more energy than you would yourself. Like you wouldn't worship one of these things.
I don't know. Why wouldn't you?
Because you would realize that it doesn't have any more power than you give it. And essentially your mind is what's giving it reality, like what is creating its existence
What would
without
it take, Tim, what would it take to convince you that one of these gods actually exists beyond being an egregore?
I don't think that would be possible.
What would it take to convince you?
I really don't. I can't think of anything that would, brother. To be honest, like I think there's anything that I could possibly experience in this life could be summed up to an experience of my own mind.
Hmm.
I don't
So
believe.
you don't think that there's any way possible for a god or godlike being to verify its existence to you?
Not really.
Okay, then assume the impossible happened and a god somehow verified its existence to you.
Does it require my worship, or would I just worship it like out of admiration?
Assume it does. I don't know.
Assume it does require my worship. If it wasn't forcing me to, I don't think so. No.
If it wasn't forced, you don't think you would?
Nah.
What kind of god would you worship if you had to? Would you want to?
You said if I had to?
Yeah. What kind would you want to if you were given a list and said, now you gotta pick one?
Of God that would like not really, it wouldn't be like a mind or anything. It'd be something that was just like the fabric. Like it wouldn't really care that you worshipped it. It just have I guess be like the totality.
Mm-hmm. Like the Spinoza god you mentioned at the very
Yeah.
beginning of this
Like
conversation.
like when you wake up and you're like, oh man, it's nice outside. To me, that would be like equivalent to worshiping that deity. Like that's as far as I'll go. Is on something like that.
I appreciate you answering the questions.
I do not.
Excellent. Well, appreciate you being here. I'm gonna go ahead and set you back down.
Thanks,
Keep
bro.
asking questions. Was this Orlando?
Yep.
Was this person up here earlier?
He came up here with a question for you. I guess we should let him ask it this time.
I guess we'll give him a chance if he loads in. I don't know if he's back up. You didn't connect. But maybe you'll be open to actually having your beliefs questioned. His says you won't find God by asking other people about him. Well, okay.
How else do you find God? I feel like that's the only one. Well, she's not here right now.
No, she might be sleeping.
Finally. Okay.
Orlando, hey, don't need
All
your
right.
camera at all, but can I get
No
your
camera.
age for TikTok?
No camera. 49 years old, brother.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
The devil.
You
He is
believe
real.
in the devil.
The devil is real.
Does that mean you
And
believe
he does
in...
not give a fuck about any of us.
Does that mean that you also believe in God, Jesus?
It's a given, of course.
Oh, well, have you read your Bible?
Doesn't matter. I know what I believe.
Have you read the book, though? It's
It
fair to
doesn't
say
matter.
no. I'm not
It
here to
doesn't.
judge you.
No. Wait.
I'm just
No.
curious if you've read it.
It does not
It will help
matter.
me know answers to further questions.
Excuse me?
It will help me to ask further questions and know where to take the questions if you tell me not. See,
It's a
that
big book.
informed that question.
It's a big book. I have a hard time reading.
You have a hard
Listen
time
to it.
reading. I see.
Yeah.
Does it matter
Okay.
to you if the Bible is true or not?
Of course it does.
Do you believe
In a way.
do you believe that it is true?
It's good things in there.
Do you believe that it is true?
Maybe not. But there's good things in it. I pick my own beliefs in it.
So you
How do you?
choose and
Again, I have not read it. Okay.
you choose and
So how do you know?
oh, go ahead. Go
Sorry.
ahead, Kat.
How do you know what's in it? And how, did you hear me? Are you there? Did you mute
He's
him? Does he know he's muted?
I don't think he does. Hey Orlando, did you know you're muted? You'll have to unmute. HL so much for helping with that goal. Y'all are amazing. Orlando, you're gonna need to find that mute button. I don't need the
Oh my!
camera. I think if you're having trouble telling a microphone button from a camera, it might tell us more than we need to know.
Hello?
Yeah, Orlando, how much have you had to drink?
Water? H2O?
Yeah, how much of that
Come
has
on,
been
guys.
fermented?
Come on, guys. Let's not go with that. But it's called hope.
What's
I
called
hope
hope?
that's what it's. Yeah. I hope that's what it means. The Bible.
You hope what's what it means.
I'm not asking the question. I'm telling you how I feel. Okay? And the first thing I asked that the devil is real.
I think that we can let this go, Thrayle.
Yeah.
Keep asking.
I don't think we're getting very much conversation out of that. I did notice somebody requesting up as spam in the comments. That's not helpful. I feel like we've spoken to this guest before, haven't we?
I feel you may be right, but
Hello, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 28.
And you have a belief in the God of the Bible, correct?
Yeah, I put my faith and trust in Jesus Christ.
And you've read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, sir.
And you believe it to be entirely true as written?
Yes, sir. Some parts are allegorical. You'll see
Is it,
some poetry, but most
yeah.
things are meant to be taken literal, yeah.
And why do you believe the Bible is true?
Well, due to archaeological evidence, due to
What
just
archaeological
history in
evidence?
general. Just hold up 1 second.
I was asking about the archaeological evidence. We can get on to the other things.
Yeah, I just like to finish your statement, then we can move on to there.
So you don't
With the
wanna
archaeological evidence, the documentation with outside sources, and also just personal experience as well.
Sure. What archaeological evidence?
So you'll see that there are substantial amounts of evidence, specifically even,
50 years.
you will see King Hadrian of Rome in 135 AD document that he paved over Christ's tomb to mock the early church. You can research this. It's on Bible Expedition. They've done a whole series on it.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a king 150 years after Jesus says that he paved over Jesus' tomb.
Yeah, so during that time period, what the early church was doing.
I'm sorry, just really quick, because there's somebody who claims that they paved over Jesus' tomb of the resurrection and all that must be true.
So again, this is roughly 150 years. Actually, no, this is 100 years after Christ was crucified. So the king of Rome himself, in that time, had purposely made a public statement. I'm paving over the tomb of Christ. Even the early church affirmed this because they're venerating inside of his tomb.
Paved over. What did he use to pave over it?
Brother, I don't know exactly. All I know is they built a false church over his tomb, first century tomb, to worship their false god Jupiter. And you can see this today.
Asking
you can still see Jupiter.
Stop. Are you actually here to question your beliefs or just preach at us?
People to question their beliefs that you don't study.
Can you read?
It's literally what it said.
So you don't study
was
Christianity and you want people to stray from it?
Hang on. He's saying I don't study. Yeah, condescending and
We're with the
lying.
info.
Goodbye. He won't be back.
Oh, bold assertion. Wrong. Too.
Condescending.
Yeah.
Little creep. Incapable of conversation, incapable of
reading.
beliefs. Right? Incapable of reading. How is he still on panel? That's weird. I removed that.
The assertion that there's no study of Christianity or any other theology is crazy.
Never studied it at all. But you get people to question it. Ridiculous.
This is just... He got raptured, actually, is what happened to you guys.
The power of crust compelled him.
Oh. That was.
Now we have Orlando requesting backup. If anybody else has a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, and you can question that belief, if you're curious enough or courageous enough to question what it is that you assert must be true, well then request. I'm not here to
How are they?
get you to stray. I'm here to get you to think. If that causes you to stray,
How are they paving things in 100 AD?
I don't know. They I mean they probably had some form of. I know the Romans did have forms of concrete or cement. I don't know exactly what they paved over it with, though. And
Time travel picked up a rope.
interesting. We have people who've already been up tonight requesting. No new guests. Nobody who is newly open to questioning their beliefs.
It's like, which train wreck do you want?
Which
Oh,
train wreck do you want?
neither, because it looks like there's a third option.
Okay. Hey Casey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you with us, Casey? Did you mean to request up? Maybe Casey's asleep.
Alien. I want alien.
You want alien? Okay. Let's find out which alien it was. Welcome back, Truth. Did you mean to request up? I think Truth fell asleep. Questioning the alien. Yeah. I know. But if anybody else scrolling through happens to have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on Truth. Are you with fallen asleep on the request button? We'll just have to keep that in mind. Just one alien. Alien singular. There were not multiple aliens. We were
There
put
was
here
only
by
one.
alien.
Just one.
Not an alien, not the alien, but alien.
Alien.
Yeah,
I
the
really thought
first
it was a
alien, not the
mistake.
second.
Until she said it like 3 more times, I was like, oh no, that's what she means.
That is what she means. We were apparently put here by alien.
Alien. And then great indignation when we asked her why she thought this. Like, how dare we not believe this too?
Oh, Sage and Bears got it. Maybe alien wasn't an alien, but somebody named
It was a name.
Leon.
Mm-hmm. No, she's not asleep.
Oh, she's not?
We are. She saw us.
Truth, are you with us? I I think that was intentional. I'm getting the feeling we're at the hour where we're just getting heavy breathers.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Fluff.
Good morning.
I figured it's okay for me to talk like 5 minutes before 5.
5 minutes.
Oh shit! Daylight savings. What time is it everywhere?
It's almost 4 a.m. here.
Okay, we don't change our clocks, so I have an adjustment that is gonna have to be made because like
You
my
didn't change
time
it.
hasn't changed.
What
No,
time is it?
it's midnight.
I don't understand that.
Um, in Hawaii we don't change our clocks.
Oh, you're in Hawaii.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
would you change the clocks when it's
When you're in the
paradise
water,
every day?
right? And it's
Yeah.
deep in there. Do you
What did you just say?
when you're in the waters of Hawaii, right? It's really dark down there. It's really deep. Is it the hot water of the volcano, or is it whale pee?
So it's the Pacific Ocean. It's never hot, really.
Well, it's warmer than
Um,
women in Coney Island. I'll tell you that.
Oh well, that is true. It is definitely warmer than that. But I don't volcanic hot water, but they're not usually in the ocean. Um,
Okay. So it is whale pee.
yeah.
If Are you saying you were in Hawaii and hit a patch of warm water?
Look, I feel judged. It was just a question asking for a friend. Okay?
Asking for a friend. Uh, that's funny. It's sometime in the next few days, probably. There will be lava.
Oh, you'll have more lava to show us.
Yeah, and as long as it happens after dark, I'll probably like go and do a thing.
If I ever hit a patch of warm water in Hawaii, I'm gonna try really hard not to remember this moment.
To be fair.
You have winter time.
Well, the whales have winter time. When I say the winter time, they are in Alaska during the summer and Hawaii during the winter. There are a lot of people that behave this way as well.
Yes, there are. I wonder if anyone watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and they're open to having that belief questioned. Because that is whatever it is that you believe, if you can question it.
Oh, there's a kitty cat.
Sorry,
Kitty cat.
you guys said something to it was because all the juice and the soda and the cans of iced tea were drink.
Uh-oh.
So here I am, thirsty, waking up like, oh, hydration.
For
Yeah, but I'm trying to not wake up.
He needs like 6160 or 8160, whatever it is.
Hey, Spud. Um, did you mean to request up here?
Actually, yeah, purposes, I am 47. How old are you?
I'm 43. Do you have a belief in a god or gods?
And then I lost my faith, of course, it's like any Christian person would. And I went to Our Lady's and I was like, oh, you're gonna get back to the class. Like,
I'm sorry, Sputnik,
no, hang on.
you're starting to get
Can I
harder to
just...
understand.
Oh,
You're kind
sorry.
of mumbling, and
I'm
there was
sorry,
an echo for a moment.
yes, I
So
lost
you
my
said,
faith and I regained my faith. Actually, it was almost a plane crash where I regained my faith because you're gonna Hail Mary like a motherfucker when you got 3 kids on a plane and fucking it's going down.
okay, so
And
you
no,
were
but
on
then
plane.
and then I had to get on another one with my 3 kids. But anyway,
Sputnik, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Sputnik, please?
Sure, no worries.
Can you do all of us on the panel a favor?
Shut the fuck up.
No, never
Oh.
that. Because you're the guest that's up here to speak, so why would I tell you to do something like that? Take a look at the prompt.
Yeah, I thought, can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe? What does it condemn? Or does it justify? Be respectful.
And just try to focus on the fact that they'll be asking you a lot of your personal information. Is it necessary? You can keep it private. You don't have to give too much of yourself. It's not necessary.
Okay.
So Sputnik, you were saying that you regained your faith after losing it. You regained it during a plane crash. Did the plane crash?
No, one engine effed out.
An engine.
It limped back. And then I had to get on another one. But anyway, that I lost it after that as well.
So you lost it again after the plane.
And then regained it.
And
But
then
it doesn't... If you have a questioning mind, you're always going to be looking for answers. And then,
always going to be looking for answers.
no, if you have a mind that like thinks, you know, if you have a questioning one, that's not ever gonna like stop. Does anybody else know what I mean? Can somebody else chime in, please?
You're saying if you have a questioning mind, you'll always be looking for answers. I don't know how that. Okay, I don't know how that's actually answering my questions, though. I'm curious. What is it?
Were you brought up in any faith?
My beliefs aren't going to help us to question
No,
yours.
no, I'm not asking
So Sputnik, you're interrupting me to talk while I'm talking. Is really a quick way for me to just move on to another guest. So let's try not doing that. Hey, I'm wanting to know what it is that makes you believe in a God now, if you believe in a God now. Do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so why do you
Can I
believe in a God now?
you a question?
Nope.
No.
Do you know what consent is? I did not consent to a question, Sputnik. So the question that I'm asking you, which I assume you are consenting because you requested up to be on a panel where it says, can you question your beliefs? And I'm the one questioning. So, Sputnik, do you have a belief in the God of the Bible? Is it Jesus again?
Yeah, I'm more New Testament, not Old One.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm New Testament, not Old One.
New Testament, chosen to come back to again and again.
May I ask you a question?
I just asked you one. I just asked you one, Sputnik. Let me ask you one more question. It's probably going to be the last one. How drunk are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm on London time. It's 10:04. Certainly not. I've just gone for a run.
Okay, well, you don't seem to be coherent with the conversation or seem to understand that I'm not going to answer your questions, which I've told you now multiple times. So, Sputnik, can you even question your beliefs?
Of course, you must question everything.
Okay, are you open to us questioning your beliefs?
You must question everything. You must.
Okay, so Sputnik, let me ask you this. Have you read your Bible?
Recently, no.
Okay, all the way through
I went
at
to
all?
Our Lady's, darling. Come on. I could say mass backwards, honey.
You say that, but have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Honey, if you went to Our
Okay,
Lady's,
that's
I'm
2 honeys,
pretty
and that's
sure
gonna
you
be
have
the
an hour
last
with me
honey if
every
you call me
effing
honey
day.
again. So you read your Bible from beginning to end. Do you believe it all to be true as written?
No, it's a little shit in it.
There's a load of shit in it. Okay, well then. So do you believe any of it
Take
to
the
be
good
true?
bits and leave the rest behind.
So you just take the Old Testament, or I'm sorry,
Yeah,
the New
fuck the Old
Testament.
Testament. That's all bollocks.
I see.
Listen, take the
It's
good
all
bits.
lies.
Take the good bits.
Why do you
No,
believe
it's not.
that?
It's not. It's lies. But take the good bits and leave the rest behind.
Why?
Because it's not written by the hand of God, is it? It's like Sumerian, blah blah blah.
Does it
Sanskrit,
not
blah
say
blah blah.
within the book?
Whatever. Translation. Listen.
Does it
Take
not
the
say that you shouldn't add
the
to
fuck do
or
I care?
subtract?
Pardon?
Does it say in the book that you shouldn't add to or subtract from the word?
Yeah, it does, but I don't care.
So then why believe any of it if you choose to ignore?
Take the good bits, leave the bad.
May I come in?
You sure can.
Thank you. Sputnik, two things. I will hurt your feelings if you call me.
Ah, no worries, honey.
Don't speak to me like we're friends.
You already. Sorry.
Don't speak to me like we're friends, please.
You're not my friend.
Exactly.
Darling,
So I want you to pay attention.
you're already
I want you to
putting a
pay
prompt up
attention
there.
very clearly. I want you to pay
Oh my
attention very
God!
clearly. I don't get paid to listen to you. I encountered somebody who went to prison. Right?
Sorry to hear that.
This is relative to you. I encountered somebody who went to prison. He was in a bad argument. He was trying to get his point across over and over and over again. She kept talking over him, under him. And when he asked her, please stop talking while I'm talking, all of a sudden she starts doing some other shit and she won't just stop. He nearly lost his shit. Of course, she got hit in the mouth. I understand. Do you know why? Because there is nothing more disrespectful, rude, and a sign of how a person really feels about others than this form of communication.
Why are you trying to be somebody? Jesus, that's a fucking screen, honey.
You don't have to call me Jesus. You can call me Fluff.
Sputnik.
However, what I'm saying is, what you're trying to tactic that people never grow out of, and you're engaging in it with a person you've never met before. Can you question why you came onto this panel to not engage honestly? What are the beliefs that you possess right now?
I'm bored.
That make you believe you were justified in doing this to other people and forcing them to have a very ugly experience of you? What are your beliefs that justify that? You're up here to question your beliefs What are the beliefs that lead you to believe you're better than others?
Well, don't put words in my mouth for one thing.
So then
Like,
stop acting like you are better than others.
Well, I am actually, but
You are. There you go. So what are the beliefs that have you believing you're better than other
that's
people?
called wit. That's called wit. That's called humor. You know, you're a fucking idiot. It's not my problem. You.
Okay. We gave her way too much latitude. She couldn't obey the one thing on screen that is not a question.
Actually, what I needed to do was get the mask off the bitch. Sorry, Thrayle. I needed to get the mask off the witch. That was a mask you were talking to. It's a puppet. You have to say the right words to get the puppeteer to drop the mask so you can see what you're dealing with.
That was an entitled middle-aged white woman.
Huh?
She said it's an entitled middle-aged white woman.
First thing out of my mouth is I don't get paid to deal with this shit. I did 20 years of customer service. You have to deal with the mask.
Yeah.
And you have to take it off. You just have to ask the right questions. You wanted to stay on your thing. I wanted to know, is she drunk or is she playing with you? And that's vomiting neuroses on your panel, Thrayle. And I am so sorry she vomited neuroses on your panel.
Yeah.
She spoke to you like some particular abusive women speak to their men. It's particular. We think it's drunk, but the way she's speaking to you is if she were to lock you in a room and close the door, you trying to get out would put you in prison. Do you understand?
Yeah, backing me into a corner.
Mm-hmm.
Like more than...
It's to force you to make her a victim. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the highlighter. Good morning, Hammy.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Doing good. You sound like you're not at work.
I am not. I am at the house. It is one of my days off, which is actually going to change from Friday and Saturday nights to Sunday and Monday nights.
Well, then I guess we get to see more of you then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you'll see the same amount of me, but just my days off are switching from Fridays and Saturdays to Sundays and Mondays, starting next week.
Well, that's exciting.
Just the most.
Just the most. So you get the slow nights off now.
Yeah. The funniest thing is that it's because the guy who was working on my days off, he is moving on, and they have a new person, but they can't work that Fridays and Saturdays.
I see. Hammy, do you still believe that no gods exist?
I do. Because I have not found anything that has convinced me that they do exist.
So you actively believe that they don't?
Yeah.
And that seemed like an assumption on your part.
It's an assumption.
To assume like a black swan fallacy, right? To assume that because
right, like
seen the evidence of a god, and therefore no evidence exists.
Well, I don't think so, because it's the same thing as if someone told you that there is a fire yeti on the surface of Mars, and you said, "Well, I don't think so," and then I say, "Well, you should hold out and believe that there is one. Just because you don't know of one doesn't mean there's not."
I'm saying you actively believe that there are no fire yetis on Mars. Interesting.
Do you think that there are fire yetis on Earth?
Oh, absolutely, Kat. They're in your volcano.
Really quick, I'm going to thank 96, Fluff Skidoo, and Hannah for the previous gift goal before I lose that list. Amy.
Wait a second. No, this isn't fair. Thrayle, what if somebody asked for proof, the extraordinary proof, that a God exists and here we all are?
What do you mean, that we are the proof?
The universe is quite extraordinary, isn't it? For such an extraordinary claim, you would need extraordinary evidence. The universe, with life teeming inside of it, would be extraordinary evidence that a God is a God because he can create something from nothing. Maybe we are the answer to the question instead of the question itself. You ever think of that?
Only when it's been brought up before, but I wonder if that might be evidence enough for Hammy. No, it won't be for him.
You know what? I think I've been friends with Fluff enough to know that she answered correctly for me. No.
No. No. Because it wouldn't be enough for me either. It would just be another story idea to write down. The whole process of any of what we are looking at comes from a question. Everything that we're looking at comes from a previous series of questions. What we are doing comes from a previous series of questions. What we're utilizing to talk to each other comes from a previous series of questions. Everything that you're looking at, that you utilize, that you know, could be from a series of questions. We are a small planet in a moderately sized galaxy. What about a large planet in a large galaxy in a habitable zone? What do we know? We know nothing. Hence more questions. What do they know? We don't know. Hence more questions. Do they have questions? Is there a previous race before them that had questions? Whose universe is the answer to a question? A series of questions. All the questions. That's what I was saying.
A god of questions. I would question that.
Exactly. You feel me now. You feeling me on this. We gotta question these things.
But I feel like saying that no gods exist is an answer, leaving no room for questions.
Because there's no extraordinary evidence within the reality, within the framework of reality that we sit in to denote that we are looking at something that is not natural.
There's no extraordinary evidence, or I don't like that answer.
I know, I'm trying.
The reason why there is no extraordinary evidence is because we have not seen any extraordinary evidence, so the answer is yes both ways.
But just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist is perfect. However, just because we haven't seen it is the reason why the answer is yes both ways. Because we can only remark on what we've seen, and what we have not seen is extraordinary evidence of the extraordinary claim.
But is it possible that it does exist and we will
Extraordinary question behind it, and it would still require extraordinary evidence for us to denote if it's extraordinary or ordinary.
How do we delineate extraordinary from ordinary?
Ordinary, happening pattern-wise. Extraordinary, fluke. Fluke or undeniable state. One or the other. You know how I think black and white. So it's a fluke, right? Pattern of randomness that would, based on our primitive or advanced, depending on what that is, framework, or mindset or perspective or data, however it's going to come about, it would have to be extraordinary proof. And this non-natural is a causing factor of our existence, world, or system. Or that it has a non-consequential effect inside of it to itself, right? So it operates freely outside of physics or within physics, but physics can be controlled by it. And time, gravity, matter are in its possession. It is this source that controls, maintains, and fluctuates the ebb and flow of the fabric of space-time we exist in. Outside of that extraordinary claim for the human mind, it would, on a space-time level, have to be a catalyst, a known as a watchmaker or just a first cause. And then without the evidence of an interfering or interloping energy, there would be no extraordinary evidence of an intelligent design.
Fine.
Hello, Ethan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, like 40.
Like 40.
No,
With a very loud
actually,
echo.
you know what it means. COVID-19. It means that the first letter of alphabet is A, and the next is I. So it's COVID AI. So we're all AI, man. Hello.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I like your voice. You sound like me.
Are you going to answer the question?
No, I'm not doing this to Thrayle. Thrayle is the sweetest thing in the world. Are you here to answer questions, or are you here to flirt with the host? Are you here to flirt with the host, or talk and question your beliefs? Thrayle, he wants you. And I don't know how you feel about this.
I don't think
And I'm thinking that me
Hammy and Kat have a right to be jealous of this exchange between you and the strange foreigner that's in love with your voice. Kat and Hammy,
I wonder if
Yes, Fluff.
I'm just letting y'all know I'm feeling possessive and territorial. I don't know if I'm really willing without a full competition.
I think that I'm feeling you're right about this one.
I'm thinking that we
Cheers,
all have.
it'll be fine.
Yeah, I think we have first dibs. You can't just slide up here into his panel and talk sweet and sexy to him, ignoring his groupies. I'm
Yeah,
group number one.
I'd be number 2.
Right. And Cat's the friend. So I have to be the groupie. And what are you? What are you? Poser. You're a poser. You don't really love him. You're not really in love with this voice. What makes you think that this is true love? Let's question your beliefs on love. Do you believe in love at first sight?
Question was directly at you. That was for nobody else but you.
What the fuck is happening?
We're trying to see if Aether here believes in love at first sight. Do you, Aether? Aether? You have to unmute yourself. It'll be the little microphone button down at the bottom of your screen that has a line through it currently. So you'll have to tap on that to unmute yourself.
Only posers fall in love.
I don't think he's actually going to speak again.
Well,
I think it broke. His
Okay, but to be
either
fair,
brain
is-
or
What you guys?
not particularly. We can move on. There's a.
Did you catch
Yeah.
that reference, Thrayle? Please tell me you caught it. You're the only one I thought might catch it. But
I did.
I caught it, and I'm thinking on, and I'm
They
been
did
trying to
Bob.
figure out.
Hammy, they did Bob dirty. Emotion. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in all religions and none at the same time.
All and none. That seems rather contradictory. What do you mean by that?
Well, there's a lot of truth in all of the religions, and then they obscure pretty much everything we truly need to know through religion.
Can you give me an example of the truth?
How we once operated with the earth.
Religions tell you how we once operated with the earth. What do you mean by that?
No. They obscure how.
In the religions, not the things obscured.
I don't know if I can say the words on here. You know the soap opera parts of the Bible?
What do you mean by that?
I totally got it.
Let's say when Abraham took his daughters in a cave, and daughters' children.
That's an interesting retelling of that story. So, okay, that's what you mean by soap opera parts of the Bible. Or is that the truth part?
Yeah, you can follow their bloodline back.
Oh, you can.
Via history documents. Yeah, if you research far enough, you can follow their bloodlines back.
You can follow their bloodlines back. What do you mean by that? You've been
From
able to
here
trace
today,
the
from here today,
bloodlines.
you can trace their bloodlines back to
You
the soap opera part of the Bible.
you've been able to trace the bloodlines back to the soap opera part of the Bible. Why do you keep referring to it that way?
I can't say. Oh yeah, okay, I can say that.
How have you verified that it's been traced back to Abraham's daughters?
Library of Congress, loc.gov.
loc.gov what? What do you mean?
Library of Congress. They have all kind of reading materials on there.
Do you think everything cataloged within the Library of Congress is absolutely true?
No.
So then what are you talking about?
There's reading material on there that leads you to other reading materials.
How have you? Oh, sorry, Thrayle.
There's reading material that leads you to other reading material. Do you think you've actually clarified anything at all?
What exactly do you want me to clarify here?
I'm asking how you know that these bloodlines are traced back to the daughters of Abraham specifically.
Well, according to government officials, which no, I don't believe them whatsoever, but according to them, there is traceable, readable material.
Can I ask a question?
I think that's a great idea if everybody
What
else
did you
has
think
the same
about the
question.
Cyrus cylinder being one of the standing stones for our Constitution?
Repeat that?
What did you think about the Cyrus cylinder being one of the cornerstones of our Constitution? Library of Congress, you naturally know that the Cyrus cylinder was utilized to help formulate our Constitution, correct?
No, did not know that.
We have two. He had two copies of the Cyrus cylinder. Do you know what's on the Cyrus cylinder?
Nope.
The Sumerian list of kings. Do you know what the Sumerian list of kings is?
Yes.
What is that?
The Sumerian list of kings.
What is that? What is the most current reference of the Sumerian list of kings?
Thinking. Hold on.
It's something that you know very, very well. What is it?
Tell me.
Book of Genesis. Our Constitution was based on a Babylonian principle.
Go ahead. Keep going. I'm very interested in what you're talking about.
There comes from who? You should understand that the belief structure is purely Babylonian.
Well, that's not the only book of reference, or that's not the only place of reference that I broke down religion.
I understand that, but if you're going to utilize the Library of Congress to
I
break down the
understand what you're
religion,
saying. Thank you for
then the
your
history of where the religion came from is sitting right there, not in a private sector. Public knowledge. It is it is public knowledge in every library that your constitution was written by deists, not Christians. Particular differences in gods. That's the reason why the Cyrus cylinder was utilized. So freedom of thought in any way, shape, or form a God claimed land.
It's the same reason that whenever the Muslims over in, I think, routes, they were very hesitant to start trading with the the new American colonies or the new American country, because they were afraid that because they were already at war with the Christians over in Europe, that America would be very, very interested in helping those Europeans out. And so they drafted and signed what was called the Treaty of Tripoli, which said that America is not a Christian nation and are open to trade.
We're not a Christian country.
most definitely not.
And it's because we are based on a Babylonian principle.
Well, have you ever really read the? I found it in an old abandoned house, which is pretty cool. But
So, what does a non canonical scripture give you?
pretty much if you break it down, uh, I don't know if I. This this is hard for a lot of people to take when I say it to them, but the Bible's based off of the Enochian religion.
No, it's not.
Never has been.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely positive.
That conclusion.
Because the book of Enoch isn't the only non canonical scripture that actually is a non contemporary form of writing.
Have you ever
The
read
book
the
of Enoch
Apocrypha?
was not actually written at the time the Bible was. 100 years after this story that you think he belongs in. So it's not contemporary, it's not canonical, and it's not written along the time.
So, which version of the Book of Enoch were you reading at the time?
You mean the book of Enoch 1, 2, and 3?
Okay, what year was yours printed? Absolutely.
Okay, so when was the very first book of Enoch written?
1773.
1773?
Well, that's when it was transcribed. My bad. From
BC or AD?
BC.
Still irrelevant. Your story of Job was written in 1850 BCE. It is the story of the eloquent peasant that's Egyptian from Egypt and from Babylon. That predates the story of Job. 1 second. And your Noah story is the Epic of Gilgamesh, Babylonian. Your 10 Commandments are coming from the 42 Principles of Ma'at and also from the teaching. The Sumerian list of kings was turned into the book of Genesis, held in Babylon and Sumer. His flood happens 2334 BCE.
This is still after the Book of Enoch with God. All other stories that you were talking about were written before your Book of Enoch. Contemporary writing, it's not canonical, it's not valid scripture.
My question would be, why would you put stock in the Book of Enoch emotional?
Because Tertullian, he is the defender of faith. He was a philosopher, and he said they pretty much decided what was going in the canon and what was going away.
And they disregarded Enoch? That's why you put faith in it?
No, I don't put this 1812 King James version of the Bible with the Apocrypha in it. And that was an interesting read, but I don't put too much stock in. So I try to depict it as much as I can. There's not a lot of truth in it.
May I ask a question? If you've read the Book of Enoch, how can you believe anything in the New Testament is valid?
All I said was the bloodlines were valid.
How? It's today.
What do you mean?
Who would be considered the Levites? What would their last names be? If you've been able to trace the blood, it's the most known bloodline.
Give me your answer. Give me your answer.
Give me your answer.
I don't have one.
Why do you not have an answer to the most documented bloodline?
You know what I'm saying? You can trace them.
Right, and if you can trace them, then one that is significantly and consistently traced, their last names have changed. The Levites would be known as most prominently. The Jews are still Jews. So why would you believe anything in the New Testament? How can you trace the bloodline of Mary, who is her mother and father? How can you trace the bloodline of Joseph, who's his?
Good points, man.
How can you trace the bloodline of Moses, who's his father? How can you trace these bloodlines?
Can I ask you
Doing all of this historical research, why didn't you ask the most period? They're not there. And Joseph has two fathers, which means that because there are no contradictions in nature, that contradiction cannot exist. Neither does he.
May I ask you guys a question that I've been pondering for a while?
Well, I'd like to ask you a question first. Okay. Or did you research for truth?
Neither. I'd have to say neither.
What did you research for?
I actually started looking into the expositions. You might know them better as the World's Fairs, but that led me on some rabbit holes, and then I found some unnerving pictures of expositions of Christ. So started looking into that.
What do you mean, expositions of Christ?
I think she means exhibitions.
No, expositions.
Expositions.
Yes. So, hundreds. Well, we'll say it started in the 1700s when they came over here. But all around the world, they had these World's Fairs, quote unquote World's Fairs. They were actually called the expositions. Like they had the Panama Canal Exposition, they had the Lewis and Clark Exposition, the
Are you sure you don't mean
expedition?
No, I mean expositions. The exposition means to expose someone to something, to transition their mind to think another way. So they exposed us to transition our minds. There was...
How did Lewis and Clark, how was that an exposition? There was nothing really that they were trying to change someone's mind.
How's the Panama Canal an exposition? But
it's not.
Wait, hold on. It is very nuanced. Emotion discussing expositions.
Okay, so just follow me, okay?
Gotcha.
So I'd have to send you some of the links of the stuff that I have, so you would understand it better.
Is it possible that you can't? You can't explain it because you don't quite understand it yourself?
No. I understand it. It's just
okay.
You
Well,
wouldn't
slow down a little and try us.
Okay, so around the time of the World's Fair, y'all, you must know the Chicago's World Fair, okay? You know these giant buildings or whatever that they built. Okay. They also had like they called them Indian expositions, slave expositions, because they wanted us just to be okay with them taking over land, essentially, like coming here and taking over land.
Who's they?
Whomever is in charge of the world. So
they wanted us to be okay with them taking over land. Fair, the Chicago World's Fair was.
Sounds crazy, but if you've seen what I've seen and read what I've read, and
if we had the same propaganda that you had been exposed to.
No. Oh. This isn't propaganda.
Is this something that you have made connections yourself? Or yes. Somebody else made these connections and you saw this in a video?
This is how I found out about all this. Okay, so there's a building in Augusta, Georgia. It's called the Sibley Mill. And this building does not look like any other building around the area. It looks like a castle. It has a family crest, coat of arms on the front of it, 3 crescent moons on it, a griffin in the middle, which means to be rather, or to seem rather than to be. And it has an obelisk right in front of it that they claim is an old chimney for the mill. But why would they put a chimney right in front of the mill? It made no sense to, if it was an actual working mill, the chimney should have been in the back somewhere. Nothing in the area looked like it. So I spent weeks researching this building, and I found some old ledgers about it, about the people who funded the first mills in the area. And from the time they said that this building was built, the ledger that the guy wrote about all of the founders of the mills in the area does not match up with the same time frame. This building would have had to been a couple of 100 years.
You're saying the building is older than the town?
Pretty much. And so that
So,
led me to a bunch of questions, and I found the Augusta Exposition newspaper. Okay. And that took me on a whole bunch of other rabbit holes, but
rabbit holes.
well, not necessarily rabbit holes,
I
just a
don't
lot
know.
of reading.
Are you sure they weren't rabbit holes?
There was a lot of reading.
Okay, so in short, you found an old building, you started researching it, found out it was older than the town. What about this implies that there's some big they them that's taking over with uh, uh, world's fairs and uh, stealing of land? I'm so confused. What is it that actually any of this has to do with your belief in a god?
What does it have to? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I was a bit of sucker right when he said that. So, all right. So during the research of this, a little fun fact for you. You might not know it, but the very first church in Augusta, Georgia, which is St. Paul's, is a little Catholic church. So the same ledger that was talking about the mills happened to note that the reverend who served 12 years at this church was buried under the altar, and he's still there today.
Okay.
That's weird. So I was like, why would they do that? Started researching more on religion. It's just twisted. A lot of it's just twisted.
So, so because you found out that a reverend was buried under the altar at a church, therefore God.
Therefore, what?
God. I don't understand.
I never said I really do believe in a God. I said I believe in all religions and none at the same time.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you get the time to do this?
Well, I'm a very lucky lady who gets to do whatever I want, pretty much.
Why did you choose to invest your time in this?
Why?
Yes. That's what she asked you. Why?
I have a lot of hobbies. Okay, I paint, I play piano, draw, read, ride motorcycle. So in between whatever else I'm doing, I might just decide to read, you know?
So, why would you invest the time into going down this rabbit hole instead of actually looking at the religions? Like, have you done research into any?
I've read some of the Quran. Learned a little bit about.
So the Abrahamic one? Oh, Hindu. Okay. Have you done any research into Zoroastrianism, into any of the pagan religions, anything like that?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Yes, as a matter of fact, Hammy.
I heard that. So, which religions have you? Which pagan religions have you looked into?
The general pagan.
The general. What is the general?
The general pagan. The general pagan, as opposed to the major pagan or captain pagan.
I personally like the colonel. I personally like the colonel pagan.
Is this a 5-star general pagan?
No, like paganism in general. On November the 6th.
I'm sorry, who is Sam Hain?
Sam Hain is a time of year.
Sam Hain is a time of year.
Yes.
Did someone say Sam Hain?
She said Sam Hain.
She said Sam Hain.
It's Samhain.
And it's a time of year, or is it a day?
It's a harvest festival for the harvest season.
Right.
It's
November the 6th of this year would be the actual Sam Hain Day.
incorrect. Incorrect. Because you're trying to adjust it to what kind of calendar?
The 13-month, not the Gregorian.
Okay, the original calendar is 14. Original calendar is 14. Do you know why the original calendar is 14 months?
Has it got to do anything with astrology, cosmology?
It has to do with understanding that the Earth is falling towards the sun and the moon rotates around the Earth. They didn't. And therefore, they didn't count the days with no moon.
Emotional damage. Do you have a belief at all in any gods? Because we've asked you this a few times, and you say that you believe in all religions and none. It's contradictory, and then we end up down these rabbit holes of research. But you don't really have a belief that you
Okay,
can
I believe
question,
that
do you?
there once was an awareness that was.
If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I don't want to debate you or argue with you or tell you that you're wrong. I also don't want to fall down the rabbit hole.
I didn't mean to be aggressive. It was the smacking in the ear.
Yeah, the smacking was really actually why I dropped her.
It was were going, and I was holding on to my husband for dear life while I was listening to it.
Sheikh Zulu says Jesus didn't die for this.
As a matter of fact, I think what happened was whenever Jesus was being shown all the future, he saw this exact moment and said, yeah, that's what I'm going to unalive for.
That one.
His last words were, I should have been a carpenter.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Drea? Did you mean to join us? Nope, guessing not.
I'm guessing they did not.
Let's try.
That had to be like the most ironic moment of his life. All of his yapping, all of his cockamamie, cockeyed poo-poo, bullcrap about his dad is a god, come eat him. And his dad was a carpenter, like, I don't know what you're trying to be, but help me level out this chair. And wood.
He couldn't escape that.
Poorly made. Imagine the son of a carpenter being nailed on a horribly, crudely made cross of really bad wood.
You see, I think that what happened was when Jesus was going to go, like, take his cross, he sat there and looked at it and was like, oh, that's such shoddy work. I could do better. And it's like, oh, yeah? Well, prove it. And he makes a better one. And they're like, all right, that's your cross now. He's like, and he made it heavier for no reason now.
Yeah, like he used a heavier wood.
Terrible. And then were they rusty nails?
No, because again, he couldn't keep his mouth shut because he looked at the rusty nails and said, oh, you couldn't even get the good ones? Like the nice looking one? They're like, well, why don't you get us some? He's like, oh, my dad's a carpenter. Of course, I'll get you some. Give me a minute.
Yeah, like, cause you think about it, he spends a couple of chapters going, "Hey, my dad's a god. My dad is a god. Eat me." And then he's like, "Let me touch you. My dad's a god." And then go get your son. And then she had to travel with her sons to go get her son. And he's like, "I don't know those people. My dad's a god. My mom is the Holy Spirit." And then he runs away from his real family. And if they had been able to catch him in time, the townsfolk wouldn't have done what they did to him.
Before we get too far off into this fascinating narrative,
Yes, I am 28 years old.
and do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in pantheism. I think everything in the universe, or the universe itself, is God.
You think everything in the universe is God?
Yes.
Is there anything that exists that is not God?
I don't know how to describe a non-existent thing. It'd be like a void.
Describe any non-existent thing. I just said, is there anything that is not God?
I would say no, because we're all created from the same source of material, which is molecules and atoms.
Molecules and atoms. Are those God?
I would say yes.
Hmm. So nothing is not God. Everything is God. What
Mm-hmm.
what purpose does this serve you to call everything God?
To give everybody freedom to do as they please, or to have.
I'm sorry. Calling everything God gives everything free will.
Yes, because it gives them the ability to function in the universe omniversally.
I'm sorry. So somehow, if you don't call everything God, then things won't function.
No, they would function, but the
Oh,
function wouldn't be a pure like function in the sense of you wouldn't have all access and ability to make decisions.
oh. So only by calling everything God, by redefining God to mean everything, or everything to mean God, then somehow you're able to access some extra ability.
My interpretation of God would be like or having the ability to make decisions, because we live in an omniversal universe.
I'm sorry.
What is it that
Somehow,
you're?
somehow gaining you're somehow gaining access to an ability because you say we live in an omniversal universe. So what does calling everything God actually accomplish?
By me thinking, it gives them interpret.
Choice.
My interpretation is by me clarifying as everything as God, it gives it the ability to function in its own way because it has its own function,
So
regardless of how I understand it.
until you grant everything godhood, it can't function properly.
I think it can function properly if I do or do not think it's God. That's just my
Oh,
interpretation of it.
so so everything boils down to your interpretation of everything existing and functioning in a particular way is and does, then therefore it is God.
Uh, I would think so.
If I were to tell you Rad, that anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich. And everything, as you know, is either layered or can be described as layered, from the smallest gluon to the universe itself, and even non-existence could be described in some way as layered. Then everything would be a sandwich, wouldn't it?
I would agree, because I think we're all
Sandwiches within a sandwich, sandwiching around as we sandwich in sandwich land.
yeah, or
And that
we are,
sandwich is God.
yeah, we are the like ocean itself. We're the fabric of the universe. We are part of it.
Oceans and fabrics are also sandwiches too, though, right?
Correct. Yeah, the entirety.
So everything is a sandwich. Really quick, I'm gonna think. Well, the Martian fire yeti. Wow, interesting. It does exist after
Dying on mute this entire time once I saw him.
Dude, this has been going on for like half an hour.
Look, I don't know who's behind the account, and I don't want to know. That is just the fucking funniest thing ever.
It is hilarious. So we have a Martian fire yeti. Thank you, Amore. I'm sorry, Amoria, Hammy, Miss Carew, and also deconstructing. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal.
Shake Zulu usually goes meow, but being Hammy, I have to go oink.
Martian fire yeti. That's hilarious. A little bit of a derailment, but let's get back to the god of everything and sandwiches. So, why do you believe that everything is sandwich?
Say that again for me, please.
Why do you believe it?
Because we're all molecules and atoms and created from the same source.
So, because we're all molecules and atoms, why do you say created?
I think not in the sense like created, like we were always infinite to begin with, in the sense of like everything. I think the universe was infinite to begin with. So like not in the sense of created, but rather just existent.
The universe was infinite to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And so, where in all of that would be a god?
Because the fabric of it would be God. Like it's the sandwich, like you described. Everything is a part of that sandwich. We are the sandwich.
Hammy, as much as you try, you're still the mayonnaise.
I mean,
damn. I mean, it's accurate.
At that time, it'd just be a perception filter on like equating what you deem it yourself as in the sandwich. Because the entirety is you're still the sandwich. You're a part of the sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I always aspired to be the meat, but Thrayle is absolutely right. I am definitely the mayonnaise.
Yeah, you still have a form or part of it because you're still a part of it regardless. Whatever, if it's mayonnaise or whatever ingredient you enjoy for your sandwich.
Understanding by recognizing everything to be a god as you define it, or is this more of a self-indulgent thought experiment?
I think it gives freedom for me because I don't think free will exists because I think everything has a structure. So if I'm part of the sandwich, just to know that I'm part of the sandwich gives liberation mentally because it's like you're a part of something.
How does constricting yourself into the sandwich and thinking of yourself as sandwich of sandwich
What?
The understanding that even if I have no free will, that I am that sandwich, it's liberating mentally to understand that you are the sandwich and you're part of the sandwich, but that's okay. You can just be okay with it.
So, for you, thinking of yourself as part of the sandwich, it gives you some peace that you don't have to think harder about what you might actually be.
Possibly, yeah, because I could be mistaken and think entirely something else, but that is what I've come with to this point in my life.
I appreciate that
Well,
you recognize you could be mistaken. Um,
exist. It sounds
hmm.
great.
Yeah, I have gone down that route of solipsism, where everything is a figment of your imagination.
Right. Hey, I'm in a vat, so
How
I'm
did you
aware.
determine that anything does exist?
Uh, I don't. I equate that I think this is reality, and whether or not this is reality after the next, it's still an experience I have to experience.
Absurdism for the win.
Like whether or not reality is as you perceive it, your experience doesn't change.
Yeah,
So
because
it
I
doesn't
still have to
ultimately matter.
experience the experience of experience itself.
Sandwich, the sandwich of sandwich itself.
Yep.
Does it matter if the sandwich is real or not?
Unless it doesn't matter unless you perceive it to matter, because that's what you've acknowledged for yourself for it to matter.
For you, does it matter if the sandwich is real or not?
I'd say yes to give me comfort, but no, it's okay if it doesn't, because I could be mistaken and there could be another thought process.
So hold on, we've been wondering what's all on this sandwich just to come to find out that it's just a wish sandwich the entire time?
Would that be okay though if it's just a sandwich though, like, or
Wish
does it have to
sandwich.
be more?
Do you know what a wish
Another
sandwich is?
I am
Like,
so
Brad.
hungry right now. I am so hungry right now.
It is.
Do you know, Brad? Do you know what a wish sandwich is?
I do not.
It's where you have two pieces of bread, and you wish you had something in between it.
And then, so what's your question for me with the sandwich? The two sandwiches?
Well, from my understanding of what I've been hearing you say, is that the sandwich that we have, where everything is sandwich, could not even exist, which means that we're just stuck here in a jar, wishing we had a sandwich.
Sandwich is or isn't real. You don't have a choice in that, because uh, I don't believe, like, I would say you don't have the chemical information or perception filter.
Did you notice, Hammy, that he said, "What is your question about the sandwich of two sandwiches?" Um, recognizing that a sandwich piece of bread is a sandwich.
Yeah.
So
Noticed.
whether or not
He's got the sandwich down.
whether or not the sandwich really exists, you have to experience the sandwich, and you have to be a piece of it.
I would ask, like, do you, or is that itself the illusion? What is it that I'm doing better?
Questioning your belief that you even
Your
exist.
existence. Yeah.
100%.
I'm pretty good at questioning my existence, but you've got it down.
I just have to equate, like, through the experience, that the chemicals that are distributed in my body. Like I don't think I had a choice for the chemicals that I am or human, etc. Like I didn't have a choice.
Okay, I'm like super with you until you get to the choice thing, but we don't need to talk about that. But
Um, that because it kind of made me think like that it came down to like thinking free will is an illusion because every to the macro or micro level, it's all chemical, and it has a form slash structure it abides by. It has a rule slash structure it follows.
you know, had Duragon come at me with that, he might have gotten somewhere. Thrayle.
So like
That's a compelling argument.
even in a random universe, you didn't have you have to abide by its randomness. But if it's in a saying whether or not it's deterministic, because you have to follow the structure of that law too.
So, this gives you comfort from determinism.
In both sense, if everything is random, then in either sense, if it's random, I get liberation and supposed free will, which is again like an illusion in the sense of like whether you do or don't. But in the deterministic universe, it's liberating because it's a lack of accountability because free will would be an illusion. So there'd be no accountability. There would be no responsibility. So like there would be no judgment.
So you don't care about free will or determinism. You find liberation in either, and your sandwich helps you.
Yes, because we are all.
My sandwich is about to go and get a fudge round sandwich.
This
You
guy is
provided
just
lunch for me.
it.
Lunch is gonna be an Italian sub. I'm dead
Is that
ass.
would we still describe that as a sandwich though?
Yes,
Absolutely.
because it's meats and
Oh,
cheeses.
and
With
if
lettuce
it's
and
in a vat,
tomatoes.
it's a sub. You know, it's like submerged in the vat, so there you go.
That's right. If you
With
submerge
that really
a sandwich.
soft Italian bread, you know, it's crunchy on the outside, but so soft on the inside. And then it's just like a light smear mayonnaise. It's almost not there. It's only on the top layer, not on the bottom layer. And then yeah, just
A
salt your
little
pepper
ham.
for a second. And then you eat it. It's messy as all hell. And that is one of the best sandwiches in the world. And then if you take that bread, slice it up into tiny little bits, and add cucumbers, it's a salad.
I don't know if you guys have heard of panpsychism, but it's like the thought process that consciousness is the fundamental of reality, and so like with that, even inanimate objects produce the same material source to have. Oh yes.
Do you believe in panpsychism?
I do.
Sandwich is conscious.
I would think so. I think the fundamental of reality is consciousness.
That's kind of like a mutton sandwich.
Well, if
like the mutton is nice and lean.
Then what was your question?
Only if the lamb is still alive. Why do you think the universe is conscious?
Like we all have the ability to connect. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to connect, like to interact.
You think that because we can interact physically and verbally, then therefore we are in a collective hive mind?
Yes, or we would not be able to interact.
What makes you think that we would not be able to interact absent a collective hive mind?
This sounds like presuppositional logic.
Because to think that, like, if you were independent, a symbiotic relationship, everything is connected and working off of each other.
You say everything is connected and working off of each other. Do you mean everything within a physical environment interacting?
Yes.
So if everything within a physical environment interacting with each other is connected in some way, could that not be because of the fact that they are in the same environment?
I would agree with that, and that's why I think
Wouldn't that seem like a leap to add consciousness to the system?
Do you think consciousness is the fabric of reality?
What I think doesn't help you answer the question.
Can I try this one?
You sure can.
Would you agree with me that plants are conscious?
Yes.
Okay.
To
Would
a
you agree
degree.
with me that a jellyfish is conscious?
Yes.
Okay. Now these things, any semblance of a brain, right? Except for the mycelium network, kind of looks like our our neurological network, right? Like our
is a part of the conscious structure.
But they do look similar. Our
Like
mapping, plus
how we
the
perceive
shape
them
of
is the consciousness of the structure.
and appearance.
The jellyfish?
No, mycelium network and our own brain and nervous system.
Could you describe the mycelium network for me?
Okay. Our flora, plant life, to itself is also part of the decomposition process for our plant life. Before we had the mycelium network, before the mushroom, our trees didn't decompose, which is why we had a stone forest. Now with the mycelium network, especially if we do have a sporic network that interlinks through the root system, and it's a mycelium network, and it allows plants to communicate with each other. They also respond to it helps them alert other plants to danger.
So what is your question, just to make sure?
Would you agree that the mycelium network, but if I have to explain to you, then we can't agree on it. The question is irrelevant at this point. Because if I'm explaining the mycelium network and I'm just loosely explaining it, I'm not going into depth, I'm not painting a good picture for you to see it.
See it.
See, I think it's part of consciousness itself, but is its system a conscious system?
I would say yes, because you would.
How do we define consciousness when we have a brain, human, mammalian, reptilian, avian? Then we have a mycelium network, floral. And then in some sea life, marine life, there is no brain. And it still perceives. So how do we define consciousness here?
I define every property possibly.
That's not emergent in every property.
Why so, though?
Also has a core denominator across the board. It exists inside living organisms.
What do we classify as living organisms?
Things that actually exist, consume, produce, reproduce, and expire. So not everything possesses that.
but like,
Some
do you
may
perceive
possess.
that what came from your consciousness, like to perceive it in the structure
Well,
of reality?
here's the thing: if I don't exist, that still remains true. Even if my mind were not aware of it, it is a fact discovered by me, but in existence. It didn't require my mind to be aware of it.
Yeah, it's an objective fact, regardless if you like. So just to make sure, you were trying to paint me a map,
You cut out. You cut out as cut
a
out.
map.
I'm trying to paint you a map, and then I didn't hear the rest.
Yeah, it was like you were trying to paint me a map of the mycelium network to describe consciousness, correct?
In multiple forms.
But is even correct? It's still the sandwich.
So far, I think it still works within your framework of sandwich. If it doesn't, then I might be missing something. But we have three different formulas of it.
But it still
Right.
comes from the same source.
How did you determine that?
Right.
Because the material of the fabric of reality, in my opinion, is consciousness. That's the fundamental, like every.
Because I would have said, look, if you said, well, shit, it's all an emergence because all of this is coming from, let's say, abiogenesis, if you threw at me, I would have said, okay, yeah, you were right on that note. It falls into that natural framework. The very in other places, maybe not all together. Maybe the sandwich isn't all put together. Maybe the bread's in three other galaxies, and that bread material isn't going to hit us for another 2 billion years.
I know,
right?
but that still doesn't mean it isn't a part of the system itself. Because even
Right,
if
but
it's
it doesn't
catching
mean
up,
that consciousness comes with the package at all times.
Why so?
Because there's no evidence that consciousness comes with the package every time.
Is that how you perceived it?
Yes.
Right. The thing is for this formula to work, it would have to appear outside of this fish tank.
But why
Right,
though?
so we're in one fish tank. Right, so we're only seeing within the framework of this glass.
Oh, he's
So this
saying
is
the
how
fish
it's
tank. He's saying the fish tank itself is conscious, though.
I'm saying the fish tank itself is the planet.
Yeah. He's saying that's conscious, and so is everything else.
No,
See,
because
why though?
there are aspects of the planet that denote consciousness and life. Not all life denotes consciousness. Because some aspects of life seem to exist without an effect other
Did you
than
perceive
observation.
that
Well,
way, or is it that way?
Even
Well,
still,
here's the thing.
he's flipping it on you to
I
turn
know.
it into questioning your belief.
I know.
He,
But here, I just want to get to that last bit.
sure.
We have so many species that come into and out of existence that we're not exactly sure if they are coming with consciousness or not.
How can you say that? Like, how do you know?
Because those species are exist and cannot be documented and added to. This is a statement of fact across the board. So far, it holds true. But without external evidence, it only holds true for us here in this fishbowl.
Why is it external evidence?
Rad.
Yes.
I'm curious. You're saying that everything is consciousness or has consciousness.
Um, are you simply redefining consciousness to fit your understanding of everything?
Well, it depends on what all of our versions of consciousness is.
What is your version of consciousness that you apply to literally everything? What does it mean for you?
Awareness.
So you believe that everything is aware. What implies that a rock is aware?
In the sense that
You perceiving
I know,
it. So
I know, and I
in
could
what
be
way do you
wrong.
indicate? In what way can you indicate that the rock is aware?
How can I not? In the sense of like,
Nope, that's not
what's
the answer.
No. I'm asking myself as in how can I not? In the sense of,
Why are you asking yourself how can you not instead of how can you?
because I'm equating whether or not what I'm saying is real or true or not. In the sense of like, because
Is that
it's
how you determine what is real and true and not? Is by saying how can it not be the way I assume?
or no, questioning my beliefs. That's how I'm going down it. Because I'm like, if I just because I think that everything is conscious doesn't mean it does. Just because like the rock, like I think of it as a perception filter. Like just because if I think it doesn't have consciousness doesn't mean it does. But just because I think it does have consciousness doesn't mean it does.
What?
So like just because like just because of my viewpoint, I think everything has consciousness doesn't mean it does. But that doesn't also mean that it doesn't, like just because I perceive it to not have consciousness doesn't mean it doesn't have consciousness.
Are you just saying you believe what you believe and no one can prove you wrong? Yeah.
I could
So
be
you don't
proved wrong
really,
by
you
you
don't,
guys.
does that not feel like thought stopping reasoning to just say, well, it also doesn't make it not true?
Well, I would ask like, are we the only ones that can change our mind, or can another individual change our mind?
I don't know how to answer that question, especially if you literally are arguing with questions.
Because we are the questions itself.
Yeah. So
We're the
you're not
ones
really
asking.
questioning your beliefs, or really trying to better understand whether or not your beliefs are true. You begin with your presuppositions and
But we all have
try to argue.
prerequisites.
Stop interrupting me. You
Sorry.
begin with your presuppositions and then try to argue them into reality. I think Kat had a question.
Where do you find the time to think this up?
Just thoughts extrapolated from other ideas and thoughts from other
Someone else
individuals as
thought it
well.
first. Really quick, I'm going to thank Amoria96, Heather's Descent, and Fluffskidoo for helping with that previous goal. You guys are awesome. Let me ask you one more. I think I really only have one more. Yeah, no, it's that one. Can you, by calling everything a sandwich and referring to it as such, can you just take it all with you to lunch and eat it?
Because I think of myself as a sandwich. Then
Can you put the universe in your pocket or in your lunchbox, and then eat it for lunch?
I would say yes.
Universe in your lunchbox and eat it.
Because it's a part of the universe, so I'd say yes.
So I said the whole universe.
I know, and that the entirety of the universe.
So you're ignoring it. Yeah, you're ignoring the
whole
question.
universe. Can I put that in my pocket?
You're just answering the question you want to answer, not the one I asked.
Yeah, I'm going over what you said. You said, "Can I
the whole universe?
put
Can you put it in your lunchbox? Take it to lunch and eat it. The whole universe.
I don't know. I don't know. That's a great question.
You actually do know when you're being dishonest because you want to
No,
maintain the sandwich without actually reasoning or
no,
questioning the
because
possibility of the belief.
why would you
I
say that
love
though
I
if I
don't
don't
know.
know?
I love I
'Cause-
don't know. I think it's a great answer when delivered honestly.
Well, why would
Can
you
you
think
take
that
the
I?
entire universe, put it in a lunchbox, and eat it for lunch? Can you? Right now.
I don't know.
Yeah, can
That's
you
a
ask
great
me that
question.
question?
Yeah, Hammy, can you take the entire universe and put it in a lunchbox and eat it for lunch right now?
No, I can't.
Cat, can you take the entire universe and put it in a lunchbox and eat it right now?
No, no, I can't.
I would ask why so though. Yeah, just to understand. Yes.
Thrayle?
Yeah, Hammy.
Oh,
You don't ever hear
it
me
was
say
gonna be.
this. You don't ever hear me say this, but I was bored with him.
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask him why he was wrong.
Oh, I definitely wanted to ask him that, but I don't think that Thrayle would have. I mean, after I told Thrayle I was bored with him, I would have probably asked him, "May I say my question?"
Yeah. I just
That was a.
felt like everything was turning into an argument because that's all he wanted to do was argue and try to twist the questions back at us rather than actually consider the possibility that he could be wrong. And if you can't take the whole universe to lunch with you and eat it, what is the purpose of calling it a sandwich? Was the question.
It's very rare, but I don't ever feel the like. I do get bored with certain people who come up here, and I usually stay on mute. But I really got bored with him to the point where I needed to tell you I was bored with him. So that's how bad this one was.
I
Do you?
understand.
That's how bad. That's how bored I get when we do Bible study for an hour. God,
You don't love
you guys
Bible
love.
study?
No, and like Hammy and loves Bible study, and I respect
I mean,
that about
loves
you,
Bible
Hammy.
study.
But I get so fucking bored.
Well, let's see who else we've got in the queue. I think this one's actually been waiting the longest. See if they're still there. Is it Kara? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I am 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I believe in. I have, yes.
And do you believe it to be entirely true and literal?
Um, I think so.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
So you believe in a 6-day creation and Adam and Eve in a garden?
I do, but I don't think that it is in the sense of like what we literally believe to be 6 days. I think
Oh, I
that,
see.
yeah, I
So
definitely
the
think that
time
there's more
scale,
meaning.
yeah, the time scale's off, but the order's correct.
Yeah, I mean, the
I
Bible
see.
does say that time to God is not time to us. So,
I see. So,
yeah,
so they're God days, not regular days.
for
Six,
sure.
six
Definitely.
God days. But in that,
Definitely God days.
but still
Can
in
I
that
say something,
order.
Thrayle, and
What was
correct
that?
something?
Hmm?
That's incorrect.
Oh, I try
God
not to
gives
tell
you
people
a
they're wrong.
24-hour day, and God lives within that 24-hour structure. It was said as 1,000 years. It
And
was like
1,000
saying that
years is
you're
like a
in the
day.
presence of God.
Yeah.
It's every second is amazing, but God gives you 24 hours, and a day starts with the evening and ends with the day. That's how we
Agreed.
look at it in the Bible.
Agreed.
It is
But
interesting
God
that
is outside of time, though.
okay,
So
Kara.
therefore, I don't believe he's inside time.
Well, you believe he's outside of time,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
it does. To Fluff's point, in Genesis, each one of those days is marked by um, what is it? An evening and a morning, isn't it?
Yep.
So wouldn't that imply 24-hour days, like things?
But I think that sometimes the Bible explains things in a way for humans
I
to
see.
understand.
So
So I
you're saying
think, yeah.
it's just uh, set as days for us, and that's just for us.
Yeah, I think because we go by the 24-hour and we are supposed to, I think that ties in with like taking a rest on
I
the
see.
Sabbath. So I think that's kind of why it's explained in days, because in the future, people are
So
going to go by that.
I see. It's just
Mhm.
like that. God lies to us to get us to act a certain way later.
I don't think it's a lie. I
Oh,
think that just like children, okay, because we're also explained in the Bible as
so
children.
he tells us something that's not quite right, but more like a
No, I
story.
think I know because I'm gonna pick a random topic. I've been always honest with my kids about like the world state, but at a age appropriate level. So like I
Okay,
explain it to in a way that they can
I
understand.
see. So
Hmm.
God pandered to us. He told us what we
Oh, a
wanted to
hundred
hear.
percent. Not
I
told us
see.
what we wanted to hear,
So
but told us how we could understand it.
I see.
Hmm.
So Kara, you're saying that the days are not days, but the order, is that correct? The order given where it says that he started with light and then um, made dry land and the firmament and then the plants and the sun and the moon, the animals and the man and woman in that order.
I would assume so, yes.
You would assume so.
I'm a little
Yes.
confused. I'm a little confused though.
Yeah.
Do you take it literally or metaphorically then?
I take it literally that God made the earth in that order
So
and
then
is
why is time
symbolically go ahead, sorry.
I'm trying to be a little clear.
Yeah.
If you're taking it literally, and
Hmm.
God literally did all of this in Genesis 1, why would it be metaphorical then about time when he
Because
puts time in there?
I believe that everything in the Bible is both literal and metaphorical. So I believe that everything happened, but that there is also a inner like meaning that why that was written that way. It's not
Wait,
necessarily that it was
I'm a little
done that
confused.
way, but why was the Bible
I'm a
written
little
in that
confused.
way?
I'm
Yeah.
confused still because you
Okay.
didn't answer the question I'm asking you.
Sure. Sorry.
If Genesis 1 is literal, then why is time not literal?
So I guess, like, in my view of God, literal to God is much different than literal to us, I guess.
Okay,
Like,
but you're only
literally,
talking to us, Kara, so
right.
I need you to literally with us. If you're literally taking Genesis
Hmm.
literally
But I
as
take it literally
fact,
and metaphorically.
why
So,
is time okay? So then God
hmm
metaphorically made everything.
no,
Did
I
he
think
really
he,
do it
I
or
think that,
only?
You
I
gotta
think
wait
you
for
need to.
Kara.
I
You
think you
gotta
need
wait for
to
the end of the
rewind
question.
okay, sorry.
because you
Let me
keep
shut up. My
answering.
bad.
No, you don't need to shut up.
Sorry.
You keep answering the question, and it's confusing.
Okay.
If Genesis 1, and I don't care about any other part of the Bible right now. If Genesis 1 is literal, how is it a metaphor?
Okay. So I'm going to answer that, but I guess I can't look
just for my belief, I can't look at just one little part of the Bible and think and examine it just by itself
I need
only
you to be
because I
clear.
feel,
I need you to be
yeah,
clear. So
yeah.
focus on Genesis 1 for right now,
Hmm.
and then we can move on. How
Okay.
is it literal and not literal at the same time?
Because I think that like one day
Is it like 1,000 years, or is it 1,000 years? That's what I'm asking you.
it
Is
says
it
like in
literal
the Bible
or
for
not literal?
sure. It says like.
Okay.
So I'm,
In
Okay.
Genesis 1, does it say that a thousand
oh, got
years?
you, got you, got you. No, it does
You
not say
see,
that in
that's where I was
Genesis.
saying. I was saying in
Got you.
Genesis
Okay.
Okay.
1.
Okay, gotcha, gotcha.
Does it
So
say that?
No.
Is Genesis 1 to be taken literally?
Um, not by itself, I guess.
hmm.
So then why are we reading this book at all?
Because I feel like you have to read the whole
How,
Bible to
if a
get the whole
representative,
story.
wait, Kara,
You
you are a
can't,
representative and you're
yes,
not explaining anything to me. Why would I pick it up?
because I can't explain it to you in one
Hmm.
part of the Bible. That's impossible to
I'm just
explain to
asking you if
you.
Genesis 1 is literal or not.
It's
And
not part is literal if I believe
Hmm.
that all parts are literal and more
right,
metaphoric at the same time. I don't
but
think
it's
that
one
part
page.
of it, yeah, and I
It's
don't
one
think you can
page.
read just
If you're
one page
telling
of a
me,
book and get a full
Kara,
story.
Kara, Kara,
Yeah.
Kara, y- Kara, if you're telling me that it's fiction, then I am not going to believe any of it is true.
I don't think
Because
that
you're
any of
telling
the
me,
Bible.
And he's the host, so we should probably like let him get in.
I just wanted to get to the. I mean, if you think that the order is true, but you don't think that the days are true, do you think that Adam and Eve is true? Do you think that like how do you know which parts? It's kind of what Fluff's asking. How do you know
Hmm.
if any one part of it is not true? Then why would you take any of the rest of it to be true?
Well, I think that it is true, but in a sense of God explains it, like I said, in a way that we can understand. Just because it might not be explained in God time, it was explained in our time, doesn't mean that it's not
Okay,
true.
then I'm curious if and this is a point I would like
Sure.
to get to,
Mm.
and the order of Genesis 1, right? That one's true. Does that mean that the order of Genesis 2 is false?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know, like I cannot tell you exactly what's in Genesis 1, Genesis 2, Genesis
Sure.
3. I like
If I
I
were to
can't.
lay it out for you, and you don't have to take my
Yeah,
word
yeah.
for it. Don't just take this as hypothetical. Then, if Genesis 1 gives that order I gave earlier, but let's focus just on the plants, animals, people, right? That order: plants first, animals on the fifth day, and then people on the sixth, right? If in Genesis 2, um, you get uh, before the plants, he makes a man, he makes a woman. Doesn't that seem like a different order now than what was given?
Right. Yes, I agree with you
So
that
which one
like
is true?
then you go into, and that's where I think that we can't look at the Bible as a one parted, like we can definitely evaluate parts of the Bible
Can,
individually,
can you
but I,
can you stop for a moment?
sure.
Think about the act chapter gives me plants, animals, man and woman in that
Hmm.
order. And the second chapter gives me man, plants, animals, woman. Those are different, right?
Right, but if you read
Can
the
you tell me?
Bible, there's lots of different places in the Bible where it goes back and forth in
Can you tell
time.
me? Can you tell me which of those two orders is true?
I would assume both, but that's where the
Oh,
time thing gets convoluted.
well,
And that's
so
where I think we as people get
if the
it
days are
confused.
right, the time thing was a day is
Mm-hmm.
1,000 years.
Mm-hmm. Right,
So,
exactly.
so then 1,000 years before the plants.
What if time
What is
though?
so you're what ifing over the top of my
Mm-hmm.
question before I get to the end of the
Sorry,
question.
I
It's
question
really kind of
everything.
right.
I'm
It
sorry.
doesn't sound like it doesn't actually sound like you do. It sounds like you make a lot of assumptions, and then when we
No, this
ask
is from
questions, you
questions.
start talking over us.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry.
why it's become kind of sounding a little bit like an argument when it is
Sorry. No, I
just
don't want it to
questioning
sound like an argument. I just
which,
feel like
right.
I'm not
See how
able
you're
to
doing it
explain
again?
my point though,
Yeah.
because you guys just want a specific answer, and I can't
So
give you a specific answer. That's not how
your
God
point right
works.
now
Not
is
my
to
God,
talk over me
anyways.
again. Is that the
No,
point
no,
again?
I'm gonna mute myself
It
so I
seems
don't.
like it's the point.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's probably best. So what I'm trying to get at is if there are glaring contradictions, like the order given in Genesis 1 versus the order given in Genesis 2, how do you determine that either one of them even is true at all? That was the end of my question.
Sorry. Yeah, I couldn't get my thing to unmute. So, um, that is where I guess what I was trying to explain is the way that I view the Bible is you have to understand that meanings of different like symbolism of time and stuff like that is all throughout the Bible, symbolizing many different things. And time in the Bible is not necessarily linear either. So, like, just because Genesis 1 and 2, you're saying may switch, but so do other stories in the Bible. Like, you have stories that talk about a time frame, and then the next chapter in the Bible is talking back in time again. So,
Mm,
I think that
mm,
we also get different viewpoints in different chapters of what is going
right.
on
If
too.
the events from different viewpoints in different chapters contradict, how are you able to determine that?
So I feel like where in the time frame, I guess, are you exactly pointing out that there is a difference from 1 and 2, that the
Did
woman was
you didn't
made?
notice? Oh, yeah.
No, I
The
know I heard
so
about the woman,
let
but
me
I
let
kind
me
of
let me lay it out a
missing
little. Let me
exact.
lay it
Okay.
out. Yeah. So stop talking and let me lay it out. You have on day 3 plants in Genesis 1. Day 3 plants. Right? You with me? Day 3 is plants.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Day 5 would be animals, and day 6 is a man and a woman. Right? Made at the same time. So plants, animals, people. Then in chapter 2, it says, before there were plants at all, he makes a man, which would mean that now the man on day 5 is made before day 3 somehow. And then he goes on to make the animals. So now day 5 happens before day 6 somehow. And then after the animals, only after Adam can't find a helper amongst the animals, does he decide to put him to sleep and pull a rib and make Eve.
And in Genesis 2, it is stating days as well.
It never says days after
Okay.
2:5. So
Okay.
you're saying that because it doesn't say days, somehow it can change the order and day 3 can come after day 6.
No, I think that maybe it's just an account without the days. And I
How
guess
does how does
I would
taking
have to
that out?
definitely read that and like be fresh in my mind for me to answer that truthfully for you, to be honest, because
Mhm.
I don't know scripture. Like I have really bad
Is it
ADHD. That's
possible,
why I
Kara?
interrupt. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Is it actually the same? That they're not actually telling the same creation story from the same God, the same culture, even?
I think it's the same God, but maybe not the same writer. And that's where maybe we might be
So
getting. Go
the
ahead.
first and second chapter of the same book aren't the same writer.
I is it? Do you know? Because I honestly don't know who the writer of Genesis 1 and 2 is, to be quite honest, if anybody knows.
I think that's
I think it's Moses, is it?
there are
I can't remember.
traditions that say that, but I
Okay, I
don't
know
think
that.
it is known.
Okay, okay, gotcha. So that's where I would probably say it may be an author thing. And I
So
think
then
that
maybe a different author wrote Genesis 1 than Genesis 2, and they therefore lied for God.
no, see, that's where I would have to read Genesis 1 and 2 to tell you for sure, though,
Hmm.
where that contradiction is, because I've never had somebody bring that up to me that there's that big of a contradiction from one chapter to another, to be quite honest.
May I come in,
Yeah.
Thrayle?
You certainly may.
There isn't a contradiction. I don't mean to bust everybody's bubble, but there isn't one. If you read
There's
it simply straight through, Genesis 1 is the creation of humanity. Genesis 2 is the creation of Adam. Adam is created on the third day.
there are interpretations that say that.
Well, Genesis 2:4 across the board says these are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. In the day that the Lord God made the heavens and the earth, that actually isn't a contradiction, even though the Lord God in that narrative is Yahweh. It's not a contradiction because in Genesis 1, the word is Elohim. That's all of the gods making humanity. And that's Genesis 120, 126 is the statement. 127 is the poem about it, is the gods giving humanity a blessing to be fruitful, multiply, subdue the chaos of the earth, have dominion and stewardship over the animals, not to eat or take a life, but only to eat plants. In Genesis 2, Adam is created, put in the garden to be the farmer of that garden. And Eve was created as a helper and a partner, but the word is azir in Hebrew, and that's strong support and wife. Adam was not meant to do anything but take care of the garden.
So that is one interpretation. There are many. Another is that these are two entirely different stories from two different cultures put together to to help merge those cultures.
Oh, that's the truth. The truth is there are three different narratives in Genesis 1 and 2, and they are written over three different periods of time
Mm.
by three different cultures. You're absolutely correct. But the way that the story is structured is that there isn't a contradiction.
Mm.
Because before a plant was put in the ground, Adam was made, and that's the third day. Yahweh makes Adam on the third day and places him in a garden inside of Eve. The rest of humanity exists because in Genesis 4:17, Cain gets a wife from the rest of humanity, and Seth gets a wife from the rest of humanity in Genesis 5. So, yeah, it's all of humanity in Genesis 1 and only Adam in Genesis 2.
Mm. That that could be an interpretation. How do you feel about that, Kara?
I think thank you for that explanation because I
Hmm.
that is one thing that I am not very good at. Like I've been a Christian for about 18 years, but I'm not good at like recalling scripture. I have ADHD, I'm not gonna lie, like
I'm
really
curious,
bad.
Kara.
So yes, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Uh, you seem to take Fluff's explanation pretty well. Um,
Hmm.
why do you believe that? Why would you believe an explanation given about a book that you don't recall very well?
I just believe that I don't necessarily know that it's 100% true.
Hmm.
Like I said, with the 1 to 2, I didn't recall it being that big of a contradiction because, like I said, I have really questioned my beliefs. I actually grew up atheist, and my mom told me to question all the time. So, like my relationship with God has nothing to do with how I grew up. But like when it comes to like that contradiction you were trying to explain, I really never heard that. So I was getting really, I didn't want to answer you untruthfully
Hmm.
because I really didn't. I don't like, I assume
Does
that
it matter to
sounds,
you, Kara? Does it
yeah,
matter
go
to
ahead.
you if does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
Yeah, it definitely does.
If if you were able to verify that um, the the stories were just compiled myths over the ages and then formed into a more streamlined narrative later, would you um, would you still believe in the God?
Um, I guess it would depend on, these are just stories that somebody came up with to, I don't know, explain, kind of like, a fable like we do to our kids, like Hansel and Gretel and things like that. Like, did they do that for that purpose, or are these myths because they talk to God themselves? Like, because a lot of people believe a lot of the stories are myth because of the outlandish, claims that they make. So I don't know how anybody would guarantee me that it's not true, I guess. Unless I guess we have the writers that said in the story at the end, like, this is not true. This
So
is,
so
you know.
I'm sorry. You believe that it's true.
Hmm.
Why? Why?
Oh, why do I believe the Bible is true?
Yeah,
I
you didn't
believe the
really answer my
Bible.
other
Oh,
question.
I
So
didn't.
why?
I guess I was confused on the question.
Sure.
I guess so. You want me to answer why do I believe in the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe in the Bible because I believe in God. So I believed in God before I read the Bible. And the Bible, for me, I believe you have to read it with a relationship with God to understand it in its entirety. So I don't feel like we can read the Bible as like just an ordinary book and get its full potential. I think to understand the Bible fully, we have to have a relationship with God. Like I don't think
So
that there's
you
an
have
if
to
and or
believe
but
the
about
God.
that.
So you have to believe the God to believe the book.
I think so, yeah. I think
So
that's
why
why
do
a
you
lot of
believe the
people
God?
fall away from God is because they really don't believe in God and then they read
So
the
why do
Bible.
you believe the God?
Because he's in my life shown me over and over again that he's real
How has he shown you?
through my personal tangible feeling of the Holy
Through
Spirit,
your
through,
feelings.
no, not just through my
I'm
feelings,
sorry. So
through
what other than feelings?
through like when I would say, this is just an example, I pray for things and those things happen. So those kind
So
of things multiple times in my life, like
so
not.
you
And
pray for things. Do they always come true? Your prayers?
um well, prayers aren't to be a wish to come
Oh,
true.
okay.
So
So how are
that
your prayers answered?
they're answered if they align with God's will for you. So sometimes
Okay,
that
so
answer
it
is
doesn't really make
no.
a difference if you pray
No,
or
it
not?
does. Of
How
course
does
it
it make a
does.
difference if you pray or not, if it's just going to align with God's will?
Prayer, because prayer for me is not like, I guess, like, I'm not sure what your definition of prayer is, but my definition of prayer is like talking to God, like I'm
So you
talking to you.
so you talk to God, and
Hmm.
somehow when you talk to God and tell him what you want,
Now, I don't
sometimes,
tell him what I
oh,
want. I
oh,
ask for guidance. What should I
you ask
do
for
in these
guidance.
situations? How can I, change
Does does
or
sometimes do you sometimes not get the guidance you ask for?
um I sometimes get the guidance in a different way I thought it was going to come.
What do you mean
That's
by
for
that?
sure. Like kind of like be careful what you pray for because he might give you what you ask. So
Are
when
you
you
sure?
ask for
Hang on,
patience,
that's
go ahead.
the guidance that you're asking for, and not just assuming that something happening is that guidance.
I think the proof that it's guidance is the change in my life for the better.
Does that always happen when you pray?
Yes.
Every time you
Mhm.
pray, your life changes for the
It's
better.
not every time I pray, it's every
Oh,
time I follow God's will for my life. Yes. So
how do
when
you
I
know God's
listen
will?
to God, you have to learn
How
to
do you
listen to Him,
how do you know God's will?
learning to listen to God,
And
which is
when
through.
you listen to God, do you hear
Mhm.
His voice?
Not audibly, so that's where where he would give me those signs through like reading the Bible. So I would pray, like I would talk to God and be like, I'm really struggling with this issue with my children. How
Hmm.
can this make me better? And he'll lead me to places in the Bible. Like that's just how I communicate. I know he talks to me through that, but not only through that, I don't believe in coincidences. So like if I'm praying about something or something's on
You
my
don't
heart,
believe coincidence happens. You don't think two
no,
things can happen in a coincidental way.
no, I think that everything has like a purpose and an effect, and everything that we do has like a ripple effect. So I don't think anything isn't caused by something else or intertwined with something else. No.
Intertwined with is that the same thing?
As rippled effect or as
Uh,
what?
as
Sorry.
reason, as everything happening for a reason.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think
Things
that.
being intertwined is the same as
Hmm.
things happening for a reason. So you're saying cause and effect,
Yeah.
not purpose granted by God.
Well, I think all the cause and effect is granted by God in a sense.
Do you just assume that to be the case, Kara?
I think it's been shown to me
I
through
see, Kara.
my
I'm
walk, I
curious, Kara.
guess.
Are you
Yeah.
actually capable of questioning your beliefs, or are you just up here to preach?
No, I'm not up here to
Okay.
preach. What do
I
you
feel
want me to
like,
question?
yeah,
I guess.
I don't feel like you've actually questioned anything.
Mm,
Does anybody else have a question for Kara? Because I'm done.
gotcha. Sorry, I just feel like I've already asked myself these
Sorry, I
questions.
wasn't
So,
asking you, Kara.
yeah.
I was asking
Oh,
the rest of the
gotcha.
panel, so you'll have to mute for a moment to see if anybody else is actually going to
Oh,
try to
okay.
speak instead of you speaking over them. It's extremely obnoxious. Please stop. Does anybody else have a question for Kara?
I do. I do have a question for Kara. I've been wanting to ask her. With this many, um, the ability to give us multiple denominations of this Christianity, would you take a look again to see if there's something wrong with the narrative I gave you?
What do you mean wrong with what narrative exactly?
When I was explaining to Thrayle, I said it very declaratively, right?
Hmm.
Like it's an absolute that way because I study it. But like Thrayle is right, it is just a perspective, right? I could be absolutely wrong. There could be no priest or rabbi or anybody out there that agrees with me. It could just be my own formulated opinion. Would you be willing to open up your Bible and reassess those 2 chapters to see if I'm full of shit, full of crap. Sorry about that, Thrayle.
100%, yeah. And not to lie, like I've watched you fluff many times, so I do know you are very wise on the Bible. So that's why I just took your word for it, to be honest.
Don't take my word for it, because if you've watched me for a while, then you know that there is something I do consistently. I go back and reread what I read.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm like, no, I didn't read that right. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Let's change my mental tone. Let's look again.
Yeah,
Let's be a
for sure.
norm. What does this word really mean? Like, I got lazy and I ignored something, and I went back and I reassessed the word tricked. The serpent tricked me and I ate. I went back and went back and went back, and the word is beguile, and it was meant in a pleasant way. She said it with a smile. They were completely free of innocence and fear on her part, but not Adam's. Right? I also noticed that Adam can't do a couple of things, Eve can do a couple of things. This happens, that doesn't happen. But am I right on it? All these translations and what I'm just giving to you as a straight declarative, full confidence, boom, I know this. Do I? Like, you should question if I really know my stuff, or if I'm talking out of my tutor, because will you go back and assess if I'm wrong? Not if you're right, if I'm wrong, is my question.
Hmm. I definitely am going to be reading that part of the Bible for sure. Whenever anybody brings up something that I don't have an answer for, I really like to go read it again and see for myself, because I do believe in my religion that a lot of the teachings are very glossed over and they do not teach it correctly. So I think that's a lot of searching we have to do individually.
Which translation of the Bible do you read?
I personally right now read the NIV, but I have read like King James.
Hmm.
I will tell you to always own 2 translations. I
Hmm.
have to own 4. I suggest that you own 2. I always suggest that somebody have a KJV and have an NRSV. If you can't get your hands on an NRSV, NRSV. Get the most current, updated version, right? And then hold it against something written in the 1600s. And I want you to ask, why did it change? Not what's different, why is it different? And a lot of things start to come into play. That's why I said there was no
Hmm.
contradiction between Genesis 1 and 2, because there's no contradiction between Genesis 1 and 2.
Except
They
there
run
is.
very similar. Yes, but here's the problem, Thrayle. That's exactly why I got to. There is no contradiction, because I started off on, wait a second, did the plants come first or the man come first? Come on, dude, make up your mind.
Right.
But if you go into this bit, that when they made humanity, he makes Adam. When they do it, he does something. He.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go into Genesis, what I thought the book of Genesis was going to be the easiest thing to run through, it's not. I'm still stuck on it. Noah is speaking to 2 gods. Genesis 1 and 2 no longer hold a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
If you read it with the assumption that it is all one story, you can make it one story.
If you read it with the assumption that it's all one story, you can make it one story and add things and take things away based on the structure of the grammar. But based on true grammar structure, you can't go too far. So when you see a proverb, right, or a psalm or a verse, so God made man in his image, comma, in the image of God he made them. semicolon, man and female, he made them. The part right there is, so in the image of him, he made them, in the image of her, he made them. Because God is the title, the names are hidden. So El made humanity in his image, in the image of Asherah, he made them. Man and female, he made them. When you break them down from what does the original say to what is it saying in the KJV to what is it saying in the updated goes closer to the original. So there is a contradiction because Genesis 1 and 2 are written by 3 different authors. Of course, there's a contradiction and you see it clearly. But now, run it concurrently for the new beginning reader. No, there is no contradiction. It runs smooth. Adam is made on the 3rd day by Yahweh. And that's why in the text it says Yahweh, where Lord is capitalized. So now you'll always know that when you're speaking of the Lord or the Lord your God, you're speaking of Yahweh. And God Almighty is the God that's spoken of in Genesis 1:28. So that's how you'll see it, but you have to run concurrently. So you'll see the contradiction because they're there, because they're 3 different narratives. But when you read it literally smooth,
Yeah.
no, it runs even. There's no contradiction.
Well, so it then contradicts the common understanding.
Well, that's the thing. 5% of our clergy are theologically trained. 95% of them are not. Which means that the accurate translation is in the word, not in the spoken word. So when a person has an idea that Adam and Eve are the cause for original sin, they're incorrect because that's not what the book says. When they say that there's only one God, they're incorrect because that's not what the book says. When Yahweh created all of this, they're incorrect. That's not what the book says. God is outside of space and time. They're incorrect. That's not what the book says. The book says, don't think that way. It tells you not to think that way, and many believers think that way. That's why I'm saying the contradiction lies between the history and the fact, but in the narrative of the storytelling, there is no contradiction if you remove the title away and put the name. No, they're not speaking to any one God in 2 conversations.
I find that when you remove the title and put the names in, I still see it as multiple different stories. It even becomes more glaringly obvious that these are different stories from different cultures.
Yeah, even the story of Noah is 2 different stories in one. 2 different stories in one. The very story of Noah. If you take the 2 separate gods out, they're 2 entirely different stories.
Right.
And 3, actually, if you pay attention to the fact that the Most High is favoring his son Yahweh.
Well, then is it 2 pairs of every animal or 7?
Right? Well, shoot, we're still trying to figure out if David slew Goliath or Goliath's brother.
Oh, there is that too.
Right? So you'll see the contradictions, and because contradictions don't exist in nature, it invalidates the book.
So
the 2 or 7 is actually a clear thing in the Bible where it said it was 2 of every unclean and 7 of every clean.
Hammy, you're not supposed to tell me that I'm.
Oh shit!
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's my bad. My bad.
I thought you were like the only one we could tell.
You are. I am the one that you get to tell is wrong.
And that's where you're wrong, Thrayle.
That's why I'm wrong.
I didn't know this was Bible study.
Right.
Thank you,
it's
Salavino. I didn't either. It's not what I
it's
signed up
it's
for.
it's okay. It's interesting. But I want to ask Kara. You mentioned something earlier. Um, and I'm trying to find a way to. I had all this time to condense it, but I was listening to the conversation, so bear with me now. So you said that you believe that everything happens like for a reason, right? That there's no coincidences. Um, so part of God's plan then?
Hi, good to talk to you. We haven't talked in a while. I definitely think that it is part of God's plan to a certain extent, but we can make ripples as well. So, but I do think that God has a plan for every ripple.
Well, okay, but then God would have, if God has a plan for every ripple, then there's like an ultimate plan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that make it seem like uh, the horrible things that shouldn't happen or that God supposedly doesn't want to happen be a part of the plan?
I think that he had to allow that, things that he didn't want to happen, to give us the ability to choose.
So, so, so free will, in other words.
Free will.
Okay.
Yeah, I was kind of proven wrong through watching all of, the side of TikTok that I don't really believe that free will is a thing because I do think that all of our choices and stuff are influenced in some type of way. Uh by other people, God, etc. But choice in the matter, I do think we have choice though to choose the the choice, the path, or the right or wrong choice in quotation marks.
Right. But I suppose if it's not, um, if I mean, you could say we still have choice, but I guess if we take away, that free will, it sort of becomes um, just a matter of cause and effect, right? So you're going to have some good in there and some bad in there, and then you know, causally they interact with each other. But I guess that still doesn't, that still makes it seem as if though God's allowing uh, horrible. He wouldn't want to, but we still have choice. But how does the choice, if it's not free, make it better? I guess.
Hmm.
What's the point of that?
I think that we get to choose what influences us. So I think we get to choose whether we let God influence us or if we let the enemy. That's just how I look at life. So like if we either let the good influence us or we let the bad. So we still have a choice on what we allow in our lives to influence us.
But our choice is forced.
Um, I mean, what do you mean by forced, I guess?
Well, I guess if there is no free will to decide one way or another, right? Um, but we still have choice. But it seems like we're going to choose what we're determined to choose. We're going to choose, right? Like I have a desire to not be hurt. So when I pull my hand away from a flame, if I accidentally stick my hand out over one for some reason or get too close to a fire, I'm going to move away, right? And so
Hmm.
you could call that a choice, right? Because I'm choosing not to be in a state of pain, but I can't be in pain, right? That's just something that's ingrained. And so it feels like it's more of like my choices end up being forced. And so I guess at the end of the day, it kind of makes it seem like God is not much different on your worldview than my worldview of there being just determinism or just uh, you know.
I was just curious. And
So I have a question on that analogy with the burning thing, because there are, so like our initial um you know th- thought would be to take our hand away because we're influenced by the pain that we don't want to feel it. Then the people who like to feel pain then would be choosing
sure.
to, ignore that. So wouldn't that be some sort of choice? So even if you're being influenced to do the opposite, you're still choosing?
No, because they're still making a choice that's like they'd have to ask themselves the question: can they change whether or not they like it or not? And I think that they're always going to react according to just how they are. So it could possibly be that there's someone that loves pain. Well, of course they're going to do what they love, because they're avoiding something that they don't want. We're all doing what we want, right? And to some degree.
Yeah, to some degree, yeah.
I mean, well, what I mean by that is that, we're all doing what we want in as far as we understand it. And I understand that people, look back sort of retrospectively and they're like, man, I didn't want to do that, or I didn't mean to do that. But at the time they did because, we're just reactionary creatures. We're just sort of moving through time with cause and effect, right? So, um, but anyway, I didn't mean to turn this into like a, some like lecture. I was just curious how it works, or what the purpose of, because if God determines, or if God has a plan that, uh, well, let's look at it this way, and anyone interrupt me at any point to shut me up. But if I were to see some terrible thing out in the world today, some horrible suffering, and believe that anyone except for Hammy, um, and have your worldview, I suppose I could look at it and be like, yeah, that looks terrible, but God has a plan, so why intervene? Because God has a contingency plan, even if I don't. So it's all going to end up being okay. And so it just kind of seems scary to me that, um, that we would think that there is some sort of ultimate plan, and so therefore it doesn't matter, right? If we find a contradiction in the Bible because God's got an ultimate plan, and I feel like that's dangerous to me, but but anyway, I'm not trying to discourage you from your belief. I'm wondering if that's a part of your belief that you could question.
Definitely. And I don't just push suffering of anybody to the side. And I really do think that we are called to be proactive in our world, and we're not just supposed to brush everything off and say, oh, God's got this. I don't believe that that's what, as humans that we are called to do. I think we're called to help each other. I think that our world's really messed up. And I do think that when we follow God, though, God does have like an ultimate plan, is what I believe that will happen. But I think that we as individuals choose like the plan for us. Like, what is our plan? Or we have individual plans per God, of course, but we choose whether we follow that plan or we don't. And when we don't follow that plan that God has for us, that's when all I think suffering is because the state of the world that we live in, you know. I think that comes with the territory of sin, but that's of course another conversation. But that is what I believe, is that God has a full plan, but that we do get the choice to follow that plan or go astray. But I do want to apologize to you, the host, because I did not want to be rude. I just really do have ADHD and I'm bad with the interrupting.
And if I seem to lose my temper, it is because it doesn't seem, not just the interrupting, but it doesn't seem as though you're actually here to question your beliefs. It doesn't seem as though you actually consider the possibility that you could be wrong, but I could be wrong.
Maybe you aren't though, I guess, because I'm willing to question things about God, but I guess in my heart, I believe fully 100% that there is God and God is there. I guess I don't question because I've questioned him personally,
Why don't you question it?
because I feel like I have questioned God personally. Like I've gone to God with every doubt I've ever had and continue to have. And I feel like he shows me the answer when I do ask him like those tough questions, like what the heck is going on with like Noah's Ark? Like how the heck did that even, because like I said, I grew up, I do want to believe.
Why do you want to believe?
Because of the change in me and my life is undeniable, and I couldn't imagine going back, I guess.
You say the change in you is undeniable.
Hmm.
How do you know what the change really back?
Um, I guess because through my journey to God, I really questioned all avenues. Like, got into like numerology, astrology, looking into other religions, and going down all of those kind of quote unquote rabbit holes. I can get very conspiracy, not gonna lie. But going down and researching like quantum physics and all angles that I possibly could, um, kind of led me to the same ending, which was it all led back to God or.
Everything led back to God, no
Mhm,
matter
mhm,
what your questions, no matter what your research, you feel that everything led back to this God.
I do. Hmm.
Do you feel geared towards believing in a God that you wanted to believe in?
I definitely can't discount that because of bias for sure.
Right. How do you account for your bias? How do you check yourself for
That's where like I believe my relationship that I have with God and the like and question and in my everyday life I am constantly talking to God and I feel like I'm constantly getting answers.
it? And you don't feel that it's possible that the answers you're getting are your own bias
I
from your
mean,
own mind?
I feel like I'm either crazy or right. Like that's my
Interesting.
conclusion at this point for real.
It sounds like a bias. I know Kat,
Maybe.
before Hammy goes, Kat has a question, a very important one.
Sheikh Zulu has a question, and it is one that I ask a lot. But what is your best criticism for your belief
I
system?
would I would say some of the contradictions in the Bible that have been brought up to me, for sure. And so I
Good.
believe, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say good job criticizing the actual belief system and not like dodging the question. That doesn't happen that often. So good job.
Really quickly, I'm going to interrupt Tammy, but if you do find a contradiction, like, and it, like, let's say it's a serious one,
Hmm.
where do you go from there? Where do you think you'll go from there?
Well, I've been in that situation for sure, especially going on Daniels and listening and like having all these things brought up to me that in Christianity people do not bring up, like pastors and everything. So going into it, I always read those passages, pray about it before, that I want to know the truth. Like, where are these contradictions that people believe are coming from? If there is a so and so contradiction, how how do we combat that as a Christian into truth? Like, how is that true if there is a contradiction? So I go into it wanting to see the contradiction. And then, in my personal belief, I want God to show me where we're either getting it wrong as humans looking at it that way, or is this a writing issue, like the translation issue? Is this, like people corrupting the Bible issue? Like, because I believe all that stuff. I don't believe that humans don't have an effect on the Bible, that they haven't messed with it. I know that in the past, there was a lot more books in the Bible that were taken out. I've read a lot of those, like Enoch and the Apocrypha. So, I mean, I believe that a lot of knowledge is taken away from us on purpose. So I
But
want to know, where is that truth?
it'll never be the case that the Bible isn't reliable or less reliable.
Well, I'm asking that question, is it? And I have asked God that direct question. I've looked it up online to see other people's point of view. Like, because the Bible has been messed with so much, is it reliable? That is a question that I do struggle with. I believe it because I believe God has shown me that He can talk to me through it and that it is true. But I do believe it's been messed with. That is something that I do believe.
if if God was able to show you that He could talk to you through works of fiction like Lord of the Rings or
Hmm.
Sherlock Holmes, would you then believe that those are true?
No, but I do believe that He can talk to us through those things.
So why then would you believe that the Bible is true just because He talks to you through it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but does God tell us that the Bible is true? Because that's something in Christianity we're taught, but I could be wrong about that.
What do you mean, does God tell you
I'm
in the
pretty
Bible?
sure, yes, I'm from my understanding, what they teach us in Christianity is in the Bible. Like when we do Bible studies, they go to scriptures that point out
So
like where
because
God says the word is true.
so you're saying that because the book says the main character says the book is true, then therefore the book would be true.
Right? I see where that sounds silly. um, I guess, see, that's my open answer as a Christian. My personal answer is I go to God with everything. I don't count on man. I use the Bible as a
And
tool
by
for
go to
God to
God,
talk to me.
you mean talk to
Prayer
God out loud or in your head,
in
getting
my
an
head.
answer in your head or in some symbolic way that
Hmm.
you assume is God.
I mean, I get answers in my head too, but not like in a different voice. So, like, I think where in the Bible it says you have to learn to listen to that still small voice, I think it's still like, well, at least for me, it
Is
is still like my voice.
the
I've
still
just,
small voice is still
mm-hmm,
your voice. I
it
think
is,
Solo
yeah.
has another question, but before he does, really quick, I'm going to make sure and thank 96, Hannah, also Amoria, Ethereal Embers, uh, Donna, and Claire. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you.
With great hesitancy because I can see some of the reason why some people have religion. Um, there's some people out there that I wouldn't want to not have it. I know that sounds weird, but are you scared that it? Uh, are you scared that you could be wrong? Like, does the idea, and perhaps maybe the reason that you would hold on to the belief even if you were faced with several contradictions, um, is the reason that you're holding on to it is because you're scared to let go of it, like you need it to be true.
Um, I think that I wrestle with that question sometimes for sure. Like, am I holding on to this because, I'm like I said, crazy. I'm making this all up in my head and everything, I know you know my story a little bit more, but like everything that I've been through in my life and then the sudden like change within me, like what do I account that to? Because it was outside of myself. Like, so I guess the reason why I believe is not because of what the Bible tells me. It isn't because of what Christianity and a church told me. It is because of the personal experience I had with God. That is the true reason why I believe and still believe, is because of the relationship that I have with the Lord. And that is the only reason. The
Let
Bible
me
can
ask.
keep me.
Let me ask you, Kara, just kind of a similar question. I think Solo might have been going there too. Um, do you have any fear at all about your belief in the God not being true?
I don't think I really have
To
fear.
reframe it,
Okay.
to reframe it, um, do you have? Well, actually, if you were to discover that the God wasn't true, would that cause you any fear?
Um, I I guess it causes me a little bit of sadness, maybe not fear though, because like in my mind, I believe that like because maybe because I was atheist before, but in my mind, I kind of believe like if there isn't God, there's nothing. Like we really truly just go back to before like we were born. So I think I fear more like
Hell.
yes, but I take a little bit different stance
Hmm.
on hell too than most Christians. But yeah, I fear hell a little bit, I guess, to a certain extent. Of more so, I feel like that's just an attack on me, though, in a sense of like the enemy attacks our certainty on our salvation as like a a measure of getting you off your guard and stuff like that and to question God. But I don't really fear if God isn't real. That is definitely not something I fear because then, like I said, then it's just black and we don't really know anything.
So
Go
you
ahead,
had
Jamie.
you had said a little bit ago, um, something along the lines of the fact that you go, you've questioned God before, and What process does that look like exactly for you?
Um, I know, I guess like earlier in my walk with God, like when I first started to believe, it was a lot of just, I need signs. I'm a person who really has trust issues. So, like, to trust there was a God, I like just kept asking him, I need more signs. I need more signs. So, that's kind of where I like the coincidence thing, where I do understand that people believe that that's like bias because you're looking for something, which I do understand now that like I'm involved in all these kind of chats. But so now that looks a little bit different for me now when I'm faced with these tougher questions and my like doubt in like, why is this so contradictive? Why, why does, this suffering in the world happen? Like, I want these answers. It's just a lot of searching in all areas, not just Christianity, but in like secular or mainstream ways, like scientific and all. I try to get a rounded kind of view of everything when I am questioning that. And I believe that that's also like a lifelong thing. I believe that we do question God. And I believe that we're going to always have questions, but I believe we should go to God with those questions ultimately.
So, when you're looking, oh, go ahead, Thrayle.
Well, you think that you're going to question God, but you should
hmm
you begin with the assumption that God is there to answer the question about whether or not God is there.
Yeah, I guess because whenever I've doubted if he is there, I want him to show me that that's not true. So I would go to him to show me, like, I want you to show me you're real. I need you to show me that you are real. I need you to give me a tangible sign because I'm struggling. And I feel like that is how I go to God. Like, I'm struggling with why, Christianity views like LGBTQ the way that they do. Like, I struggle with why has the Bible and religion been used to manipulate and control? And why does it look like you're not there? Why does it look like God isn't here? And I go to him with those questions and I say,
And
show me.
has he answered those?
Not all of them. I believe that he has answered some of them, though, for
Has
me.
he answered
Yes.
why it looks like he's not here?
I think that yes, and I believe that what he's shown me is it's our perspective. A lot of the way that we view
Do you
things is
choose your
the way we're
perspective?
looking. Yes, I do believe. I don't believe we choose our initial perspective, but I do think that we can choose a different perspective.
So you choose the perspective that God is there.
Um, Definitely, yes. But I also
So,
choose the perspective to see where God is.
Could you choose the perspective that God is not there?
Yes. It's the same as like bias, I guess, in a sense. Like, you could choose not to try to look where God isn't. Yes.
You could choose to look where God isn't,
Or look, like, not look, I worded that really wrong, but you
because it
can choose
raises
to
the
look at
question.
life is more of what I was trying to say.
You can choose to look at life as if God isn't real.
hmm
Which one feels like the greater assumption?
Oh, I think both of them are pretty big.
You think it is an assumption to assume God is not real?
Yeah.
Do you
I
think
think
it is
it's
an
both.
assumption to lack? I'm sorry, do you think it is as big an assumption to lack belief in a God rather than to believe no God exists? Do you see a distinction?
Can you word that a little bit different? I don't think I'm understanding.
Do you see a distinction between a lack of belief in a God and belief no God exists?
I think they're pretty much the same thing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think it's still based on, like, you would say, I don't believe in God, therefore your life perspective would be that there is no God. I therefore say that there is God. That makes my life perspective look at life as there is God. So I think that, like, when we look at life, when, because I didn't believe in
You
God
think that
for,
you think that lacking a belief in God assumes the perspective that there is no God.
yeah,
Why do you think that?
because if you don't believe, then you can't have the perspective of God, that there is a God, you know? Like, if you
So
lack that belief,
you can't just be absent the perspective that there's a God. Is that the
ah,
same as assuming that no God is?
I feel like those are real close. Like, that the distinction between both of those is very thin. So I feel like you could teeter on both of the sides, like that you may not believe, but therefore you also assume that there's no God, though, too, at the same time, because
No,
you're gonna, okay, am I
what,
missing the point?
yeah, because what if there were people who had never, um, what if there were people who have never heard of God before? Like people just didn't have the,
Mm,
would, or maybe people who were, I wouldn't say incapable of having that thought, but just really getting into that question. They concern themselves with other things. It's not like they're really assuming that it's all false. They're just not really thinking about it. So it's not really the same as saying lacking that belief and then really saying, yeah, that thing is actually false. Those are two different things.
hmm. Yeah. So, like, I can, mm, I feel like those kind of are two different things, though, too. Like, somebody not knowing about God is definitely different than somebody knowing about God and choosing to believe that he's not real.
If I said that I don't know if you are right or wrong, is that the same as me saying that I know you are wrong?
No. Was that the wrong answer?
No, I just wanted you to think
Okay.
about that in a context for a moment.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I I don't think so. No.
Do you see how that's similar?
I do, yes. But that's why I think that those are too close to say that they're different. I do I do see where um somebody who is in a country that does not, you know, have a god.
Kara, if
Of,
I said
yeah.
right now that I don't believe that you believe, that I just don't accept it,
Ah,
is that the same as me saying that I believe you are lying?
yeah.
You think that's
Because
the same?
yeah, because if you're telling me that you don't think I believe, then I'm lying that I believe.
Could I not think you were mistaken? Could I not
Yeah,
think that
definitely.
you are confused? Is that the same?
No, that's not the same.
So if I just were to say that I didn't believe the things that you are saying, is that the same as saying that I believe that you are lying?
No, so that would be that you just don't believe the same thing as me. That's not saying
No,
That,
if I
oh,
were to say
okay.
that I didn't believe what you were saying, not that I didn't believe what you believe,
Ah, I see. I guess I'm a little confused on the
is a
question.
lack of acceptance the same as an acceptance that you are lying or some positive claim as such?
I don't know.
There you go. I don't know that I have very many more questions. If anybody else does, this would be the chance because I think we're ready to move to a new guest. But I appreciate you, Kara, for answering
Yes.
the questions as openly as you could. And honestly, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I had other questions, but they've all been slipped out of my head. But earlier, whenever you said you were going to go and look into what Fluff had talked about whenever it came to Genesis 1, I would recommend to not just look within the Bible. I would recommend to look in what Jewish scholars say about it. I would look into what experts in general say about these accounts. Look at it from everywhere other than the Bible, and then go and look at it through the Bible.
I definitely will. And thank you for having me. I really do appreciate it. And talking with all y'all, some familiar people and some I've never talked to. It's really a
Kara,
good conversation.
I appreciate you. And if you ever do find that you can question your beliefs a little bit more, then come on back and maybe we'll have more questions. And who knows, maybe you'll have different answers. But I
Okay.
appreciate you.
Sounds good. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Keep asking questions. And if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you can question your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'd like to ask what it is you believe and why you believe it. And maybe we can get into some of the other questions.
I don't know if it affects the algorithm or not. I just do it just in case. Yeah. But go ahead and drop me. And thanks for letting me up.
Absolutely.
I know Killian, so if I've been on her live, she's been on mine, and I think there was one time about a few weeks ago she was planning on coming up, but then I left, and so she said to somebody that she felt nervous, and so I was glad to see that she came up when I wasn't here. I'm not sure what I would have done to protect her, but but I don't know. Perhaps it's because I don't leave lives that are very attacky in nature. But anyway, go ahead and drop me.
Appreciate you, Solo. I really do.
Yeah.
Take care.
Good one.
Going at once. Like I think that's all that's humanly possible. Because by the time I get done with like filling the other 5, the first one's done.
That is probably all you're going to get to do. Are there more machines there that you could use? Do you have really
yeah,
that much laundry?
It's been like probably a month since we did any laundry at all. So like sheets, towels, bedding, clothes. You wear a lot of outfits every day in the jungle. You have to change your clothes like 3 times a day at least. That's a lot.
How many of these guests do you think are ghosts?
Not that. Maybe the last one, the bottom one. The other 2, I have some hope for.
I don't have the ability to look.
We got a Lush. Lush, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 64.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I left a, let's say, high control religious group over 20 years ago. And it's only been a couple of years I've been sort of deconstructing with the Christianity, because it was a cult. I know it was a cult. Every other Christian religion was dismissed anyway. So I didn't have to worry about, is the Catholics right or this right? Because I knew in my mind they weren't. But the process that I've been going through in the last couple of years on these lives, I've learned so much. I am now totally confused about everything. And I feel at my age, I should have the wisdom, I should have the experience of absolutely knowing what's right and what's wrong. And I'm not. I feel as if I'm wishy-washy. I feel somebody says something and I think, yeah, that sounds right. I listen to fluff a lot. I've recently learnt about the Elohim, Elion, Yahweh being different. I think, oh, that sounds feasible. But I don't want to get back into the religious mind. But I can't get away from this thing because Yahweh was such a huge fear thing when I was in this religion. And it's now brought it all back up, as Yahweh. Not being a good God as he was supposed to have been represented in the Christian religions. And I just feel fearful. And I just want to be free from it all. I want to have a bit of peace. I want to know, really, as an atheist, do you have peace of mind? Just saying, I don't believe in anything out there, because that's what I want. So that's what I'm trying to get my head around, listening to different viewpoints. I just want a bit of peace, really.
Can I, guys?
Yeah, Fluff, go for it.
What if you created it? Do you think you'd appreciate it more?
If I created it or he created it?
No,
Sorry,
what if
say
you created your piece as you decide, as it
that's what I
suits
want.
you best, regardless if anyone else has found it? Regardless if it's inside of a spiritual form or not. What if you just created your piece for your own peace of mind?
That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to create.
Okay.
You see, I'm not frightened of hellfire because our religion never taught that. So I believe, although we were fearful of Armageddon because that was coming soon. So I've grown up. My whole life. I'm 64 now. I left 20 years ago. My whole life, I was brought up fearing that Armageddon was coming soon. So I've still got that fear in the back of my head, and my family are all in it still. My children, my grandchildren. So I'm trying to get peace for myself, but it's really hard because I've got family in it, and I try not to talk about it anymore. I did the bad thing of talking about it when I first left, telling them that it was wrong. This religion was just wrong. And I just got by through the skin of my teeth that they're still speaking to me. So I want to, get peace in myself and think, I've got to the point where I think to myself, right, that's their decision. I cannot change how they feel, and I wouldn't want to. They've got to find their own.
As an atheist who holds the position no gods exist, when I became an atheist, I did have that sense of peace. Because while I was the type that was raised on brimstone and fire, that didn't go away as easy. But this idea that this all-knowing, all-powerful being who is watching over my every move to see where I was going to slip up so he can write it down in his little book of life so that way he can have me come in front of him and judge me for those actions. That not being there was very, very calming and very peaceful.
Yeah, he's. I do know what you're saying. That you know, I haven't. Well, I felt as if he was watching me constantly with all my misdemeanors, and I haven't got that.
May I?
As much.
May I? Is that okay? Often I ask people this question since we're on, especially when they're here. If you put it all down, your desire, your want, your need, and or desperation for an answer, especially a divine answer, if you put it all down right now, what is the most vital bit of that you need to pick back up and keep?
I don't want there to be a God. I've come to the realization that when I die, which may not be in too many few years, you know, I'm 64 now. I'm not bothered that I just go into non-existence. I'm not worried about that. So I don't know what it is really. I don't want him to exist. I don't want him to be there. I want him completely out of my head. Yahweh I'm talking about. But I've still got the fear. And that overrides, like you said, my desire of what I want my life to be like. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
I suppose really, I suppose it's just trying to, say to myself, I don't believe in it. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in a God. You know,
Do you need to get to that place?
well, you're always questioning yourself, aren't you? You're always questioning things. You know, you see things happening in the world and you think, oh, my life.
Right. So do you need to be in a place where you say there is no God, or can you live in the I don't know?
I do say that to myself a lot. I say to myself, you can say, I don't know, and be fine with it. But I don't know if I am really.
Why not?
And there's, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much literature, listening to too many things. That's bringing it up in my mind about religion. Instead of maybe I'm thinking, should I take a break from it all and just leave it alone?
But what bothers you about not knowing?
Yeah, what's wrong about not knowing?
There's nothing wrong in not knowing.
What do you actually know, Lush? Can you give me an example of something you know?
I know we're born, we live, we die. that I know. Um,
If that is knowing, how can you possibly expect to have that level of certainty about a God? How can a God expect that of you?
yeah.
One could even say that maybe way to go.
Yes. Just keep
And
saying I
also
don't.
the most open to different possibilities. Like you learn the most when you don't know, right?
Yes. I think it's my personality. I like security. I like black and white. I like to know what I'll be doing on
So
Monday, sort of thing. I like to know the reassurance I have that I know instead
so
of
you
the
said that
not knowing.
you don't want to be wrong, right? I also don't like to be wrong. And so I will always go for I don't know before I say something and I'm wrong because I hate being wrong. So for me, in that way, I don't know is a type of security, right? If I say I don't know, then I'm not wrong.
Yes. It
And
wasn't
so
that
there
I don't.
it
Sorry.
it seems I'm sorry, it seems uncertain, but it could provide a type of like comfort or security.
Yeah. I think what I meant by I don't want to be wrong, I'm thinking to myself, if I'm wrong thinking there is no God and there is a God and I've rejected him. Do you know what I mean? That goes through my mind.
Is I don't know a rejection?
No. No.
There you go.
Yeah. It's a terrible thing, religion, this Christian religion, what it does to children. I grew up in it. I remember my first and just absolutely terrified. And it's a wicked, wicked thing to do to children. And I can see it's happening to my grandchildren. My youngest one is 10. I'm not allowed to talk to them about anything religious. That's banned. Not that I would anyway, because they're not my children. But, oh, the fear I see in my children and my grandchildren about this Armageddon business. It leaves such trauma, even at my age, at 64. The trauma it's left me, living my life like I did in this Christian religion. Well, it wasn't Christian, but... And I never realised, because we were shielded from other religions, other Christian religions, I didn't realise how they were affected so badly. I thought it was just our religion that, suffered it. And then I'm getting to learn that it's all Christian religions, Catholics, born again, they're all, not everybody suffering, but they have got this fear, this terrible fear. So
Do you think
you're
that
doing...
do you think that a loving God would want everybody to live in fear of eternal damnation and only worship him because of that fear?
Well, the way I've always had a feeling that Yahweh was a pretty tyrannical God. So the more I've learnt about him, the more, yeah, he is. He's a vicious, sadistic God.
Fair assessment.
And you see, what, although our religion was Christian, Jesus always came second in our teachings. It was always about Yeah, we had our own Bible translation where it was doctored to suit the doctrines that they put out. So there was very little said about Jesus and love and kindness. It was always about the wrath, of Jehovah. So it's a hard thing to get away from, but I am trying.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah, I'll just have to just keep going. But thank you very much for these lives. I listen to them a lot. Different ones. I listen to Fluff. I wanted to ask Fluff actually. She was doing a teaching about not teaching. She was going through the flood a couple of weeks ago. I was wondering if she was still going to do that. Go through
Yeah,
the
I'm getting
Bible
back
bit
to
by
that
bit.
today.
At what time will you be doing that?
I think I start at 9, and I don't think I start that point until 12 Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard. Okay, because I'm in the UK, so Eastern Standard. Okay.
Right. How many hours are you ahead of New York?
At the
Yeah, I
time.
thought you should
I'll
be about
Google.
4 or 5 hours ahead of me.
Okay, so you're 12 o'clock noon for
Yeah.
you. Yeah, okay, so that'll
That
be
should be about
about
5
5,
p.m. for you.
6.
Yeah, no?
Yeah,
Yeah, about 5 or 6. Yeah. So it's
yeah,
about 5 or 6 your time.
that'd be great because I really, really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed it.
Oh, goodness, my brain almost shut down. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be so easy. I got humbled real quick.
Yeah, I was taking notes and I was talking to my husband about it, and he was saying, "Oh, you've lost me completely." And I said, "Oh, you'll have to listen to it with me."
Oh, goodness,
So,
I got lost. My eyes started crossing. I started to cry on the inside. I'm like, I'm gonna put this down because at first, like 1 through 5, I'm like, I can do this in my sleep. 6, I'm like, wait a second.
yeah.
Wait, huh? So
Yeah.
I'm gonna be going through this 9 and 10 right now. So
9 and
I
10. Okay.
haven't skipped ahead yet.
Okay, well, I've bought a new Bible, a new translation, the new standard revised update one. So I'll be
Yeah.
following along with that.
Yeah, I'm
I've got
doing the jump back and forth between books because I ran over to my mother's house and I went shopping, and I happened to filch her King James Prophecy Bible.
right.
Red letter edition.
Well,
So yeah.
I haven't kept my old New World Translation, which was my old religion, their Bible. I wish I had really, and it's not on Bible Gateway. It's such a bad translation. It's so terrible.
Would you guys like to hear a little slice of irony real quick?
Sure.
I was never a Christian, and I chose very early to never be. More pantheistic pagan than anything else, but very neutral, based on all that good, happy hoopla. And my aunt, who happens to be a pastor, always said that God had his hands on me and I was meant for the church. I've been an ordained minister since 2012. And I'm an atheist. I was never Christian. And I've only been reading this particular book for a year now. It's been officially a year as of today.
Yeah. Wow.
And for me, it's no different than diving into mythological stories and understanding the histories of the people that were telling these stories and the narratives, and appreciating what they knew and what they didn't know. How tied to a person's personality some of these religious beliefs are, that I never realized until I started going through somebody else's religion, how much of my own fanaticism came through. I didn't realize I was a fanatic truly until I had to question my own beliefs while questioning other people. And it's just the strangest bit of irony that my family wanted me inside of a church preaching the good word of the Lord. And look at me now.
Oh, it's mad, isn't it? I mean, I do find that's a bit of my downfall. If I could, my husband's not interested in it anymore. His mind's completely out of it, and I think I wish I was like that, but I'm not. Like you said, I'm very interested in all the old Sumerian texts and things.
I'm curious, Lush. What parts, if any, do you still want to be true?
Hmm. I think it would be, yeah. I think it's that there's somebody else in control, and it's not just up to me or stuff on. I've never believed in evolution, you see, because I've never understood it. I think it's the thought of having something there in control, good or bad.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
You not see yourself as a product of evolution?
Because I was never brought up with it. I never believed it. We all scoffed at evolution. I've never gone into it, really, what it is. You know, it was always, did we come from monkeys? I know that's not what evolution is now. I know that that's not what it is. But I've never really studied it to be convinced that it's a possibility. That's why I say I'm wishy-washy and right. I've read up on evolution, and yes, I believe that. But like the other girl said, just saying I don't know maybe is just enough. Maybe I don't have to say it's evolution or creation. Maybe I don't know is just enough.
Is there any shame in I don't know?
No. No, I think I do say it to myself. I don't know. And that's okay. And then you get gripped by, oh my God. Do I know and I've rejected it? Did I know and I've rejected it? So really, I just have to keep saying in my brain, really, I don't know, and that's fine.
Do
I
you
think
know,
it was...
Lush? Do you know what would convince you that this God that you'd believed in before actually does exist? What would convince you?
What was foretold, that Armageddon was coming, and it came. But you see, before that, you got the tribulation, and the whole of what's going on the earth today is pointing to the tribulation. So if Armageddon did come, that would be the one thing I think that would, if I heard him in the sky or I saw something in the sky, that's what would make me believe. Tangible.
So tangible evidence would make you believe that this God actually exists.
Yeah.
Do you know what that evidence might look like?
Well, like I said, if I heard him or saw if I saw something in the sky or heard his voice in the sky, and everybody knew what it was, then yeah, obviously that's the evidence, isn't it? But up until now, nothing convinces me. Even I think, look at the, I live in a beautiful area of natural beauty, and I'm looking out now. There's horses in the field, there's sheep in the field. It's beautiful. The sky is blue, but I never ever believed, or wasn't it wonderful that God is there and He created it. I never thought like that. So that isn't evidence to me that there's a God there, that, creation.
So, if the God supposedly made you and knows you and knows what would convince you, and you're supposed to believe in it, and it hasn't given you a good reason, then why would it punish you for not knowing?
That is a very good question. That is a very good question. I used to pray madly to Him, saying, please, please make me a better person, make me believe in You more, make me do what I'm supposed to do more. And nothing scripture, and you'll feel better about it. I never got that, ever. So when other Christians say, oh, He points me in the right direction, I never got that, ever. I know He exists because He speaks to me in my head. There was a void. There's always been a void, but I've always been, it's always been fearful. So yeah, maybe I need to concentrate on that. Why would He punish me when I begged Him to help me be more spiritual and nothing ever happened? That's a good question. I'm going to write that down and read it every day.
I appreciate that. I really appreciate your honesty, and you may not appreciate your doubt, but I do. I think that it shows remarkable courage and character, and I really appreciate you sharing that with us, Lush.
Oh, thank you. Made me tear up now. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you too. And I'll ask myself that every day.
I hope you do, and I hope you keep asking more questions, all the ones that come to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll drop down now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. W's for Lush in the chat. That was refreshing. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having that belief questioned, well, request on up.
Do you know how taken aback I was that she says I don't want there to be a god? Didn't know what to do with myself.
Do you want there to be a god?
I don't particularly care. In a sense, yeah. Only because if one exists, it would require a great feat of arrogance on my part to consider myself significant. So whether they're there or not is irrelevant to my existence. So it's irrelevant to my desire. I don't really have a desire for it. Like, I don't care if there's an afterlife or not. I don't really particularly care about where we came from. I still have to pay taxes, pay bills, pay to exist on a planet that I'm indigenous to. And I have nowhere else to go, so I have to pay to live in a place that I'm trapped on. So it's just kind of like, really? Does it matter if they're there or not? Does it change the situation? For me, it's just relevant to the now, because all I know is that while I have a now, there is no evidence of anything else. And if I make it out of this world alive, I don't know if these conversations will still be relevant in the grand scheme of surviving the unknown. If I can't count on a God to help and save mankind here, and we have to do it on our own, then I don't know if it's relevant if I'm stuck on the moon, if God exists or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if it's important.
Mm. I don't know if it's important either. It feels like if it exists, knowing that it exists is or should be important if it has judgment for us. But if it doesn't, then it seems absolutely irrelevant. If there's no afterlife, if there's no promise of paradise or torment, then why bother?
But I would say, even if there is a promise of a paradise and torture, think about it. What are the... Right?
Right. And how
So,
would we come by
relevant.
them?
At any point in time, can we find a moment of relevance to our existence? Whether it exists or not, let's say it does exist. How do we know any of these tales are true about it? You ever see Braveheart? William Wallace was 7 feet tall and shot lightning bolts out of his butt. You ever see the story of Braveheart? William Wallace did all of these great things. Did he do more than Bonnie Prince Charlie? Absolutely not. He made it to one town and got sacked. Not that significant. And what he went to achieve, he didn't. But we make a whole movie about this guy and give him a mythology that doesn't exist. No, he doesn't have a strange child out there. That's it. All right? Now, we can show it. It can be passionate. It can be beautiful, much like the Passionate of the Christ. But is it accurate? No. So just because we can be moved by a thing, emotionally controlled or manipulated by a thing, just because our limbic system can be triggered into a particular known and predictable response, doesn't answer any other question. It just answers that humans have learned how to manipulate their own kind.
But they can take our lives, but they can never take our freedom.
And look what... Quote, he didn't know what was coming because he didn't make it that long. He wasn't all that, intuitive. Wasn't all that bright.
I'd wonder if William Wallace even said that.
Does it matter?
No.
He was saying it while they were rounding up his intestines like little pork sausages. I don't think he was catching on to the vibe of the moment. I think he was a little out of it. I don't think he realized what was happening at that moment. Freedom was already gone.
I appreciate that thought, Russell. Yeah, I did read it right. We've always tried to be.
I think on a regular basis, some people don't understand it. Even like, cause sometimes they'll get to a space where I'm like, all right, atheists, it's time for all of you to fight me, and I'll take on like 3 or 4 atheists at a time. And people are like, why do you do that? Why are you guys arguing amongst yourselves? Because if my position can't be challenged, then I'm a fraud, right? If I can't consistently be comfortable with one more question, then I'm not really as skeptical as I say I am. I'm not really as critical as I claim to be, right? So even my own opinions have to be challenged immediately out my mouth. That's why I wanted to know, like, with the other one, would you go and check to see if I'm wrong? Not if you're right, but if I'm wrong.
Right.
Right? Like, would you go to see, nope, she was wrong here, she was wrong here, she was wrong here. It'll give you answers to questions you didn't even realize you were asking if you're going to check how wrong I am.
That's
true.
true.
Yeah. That's why I enjoy that my brain is inside of an asylum and I'm worried about the eyes. Because it's like, yeah, sure. I enjoy that question. Let's see if you guys can strip it even deeper to I'm like, you got me. I want to get gotten.
Right.
Because then I want to shoot. We end this. That defeats the argument. I got to switch it up. It took me like 10 months to formulate a sound argument on moral objectivity, and you still challenge it every chance you get, and I enjoy it.
Oh yeah, because I mean, objectivity through a subjective lens is ultimately subjective. But
okay, like I didn't say that so you can sass me. Like I was.
I wasn't sure at the moment, but I think I appreciated the challenge on the contradiction in Genesis 1 and 2. I do bring it up so that, not so that I can convince them that they can be, or that the book is wrong, or that it is a contradiction. It's so that they can see that they don't know everything that they think they do, and it gives them something to critically think about and take away, whether they agree with me or not, that it's contradictory.
I would have left you handling it that way inside of her her narrative, which is a lot easier to handle a person. Instead of pulling them out of the narrative, you go into it with them.
Yeah.
But I wanted the fight to make her go, wait a second, what is the truth?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, wait a second, there is a contradiction. I see the contradiction. Wait a minute, what do you mean there's no contradiction? How does it? I wanted the like the dual.
I get that.
Levels right there, because is it literal or metaphorical? You know, it's just consistently wrapping around like, how is it true or untrue? And I love that bit that you see the contradiction, because that's what started me going, wait, there's a contradiction in it. And if I read it and break it apart sentence by sentence, no, there is no contradiction.
Yeah. So I saw the contradiction the very first time I ever read it, and questioned it. And the answer I was given was what you were saying, that it is a different narrative that intertwines, and that the people are made by one God. I was given an answer very similar to that, at least. But that requires accepting that that's what was intended. To your
Actually, the narrative is humanity was made by 72 gods.
72.
72. What I've noticed is that the people in the narrative are never really speaking to one God consecutively. Even Yahweh says he lied to them and said that he was his own mother. Like, there's a completely different story happening under the surface. And under the surface, there are like 9 or 10 different narratives, right? Which means that none of them are the truth. So, like, the story, because of the multitude of authors and because it's a work of literature, think about it. How many people got married to the song You're Beautiful by James Blunt and didn't realize it's a song about a stalker watching a married woman on the train and fantasizing about her? It's not what the author meant. It's how you're taking the narrative, right? So, yeah, if you read it without a lens of faith and you read it with full incredulity, you're going to have to say that correctly for me. No, it just reads like a Once Upon a Time.
That's exactly how it reads. Well, it reads like you said, multiple Once Upon a Times crammed together.
Mm-hmm. It's just a bunch of Once Upon a Times, Once Upon a Timing themselves.
A sandwich of Once Upon a Times.
It doesn't even taste good.
No, it really doesn't.
But yeah, that's how I read it. Like, I spoke to Rabbi Han. Okay, so what does this mean? How else is a story going to start without an actual turn of events? Right? Like, the story doesn't start without a conflict. And where's the first conflict? And it just keeps pushing you back and back and back and back. And the very first conflict is exactly the conflict you ran into. Genesis 1 and 2. Overlaying, you'll see all the contradictions, like, come on, this is absolute poo-poo caca, and you're going to throw it away. Under the surface, the conflict is you have one God that is deciding that creation will exist, and he gives it a good narrative. Second comes in, here's his son, now antithetical to creation, antithetical to the first blessing by creating that.
By creating the garden keeper before the garden. Before the plants.
Yeah. He basically shows you that this is how he is going to undermine his father and his mother, his brothers, and he will be the most supreme. He will put the seed of destruction in his father's creation.
I don't know, it changes a whole lot of the story though.
Well, that's the thing. That's the reason why we have 45 different denominations of Christianity. It's because you can take it any narrative and make it your own, and it works.
It's like D&D. Everybody
Yeah.
just plays at a table with a different universe. It just kind of sounds the same.
Right, but this Christianity is taking it with build your own adventure. 45,000 denominations. Yeah, this is, choose your own adventure right here. Choose your own God, choose your own stories, choose your own narrative. And yesterday was when I officially made it to 40 people that can't read. 40.
If they could read.
Asking them to do so.
Oh, yeah.
Or asking them what the story says. Asking them to address what's the written word and assessing their knowledge. Many of them have only heard the story and have not read it themselves. So, yeah, I've run into 40. It's not a lot of people out of hundreds that you'll speak to on a regular. I ran into 40 people that cannot read. It's about 12% of our population of adults can't read.
That's
5%.
unfortunate.
That's a high percentage. And I tend to end conversations with a person that cannot read because whether or not it is their responsibility in our eyes, we don't know if they were given access to read and to learn.
Do you mean
So I try
literally
not to.
cannot read?
Huh?
Do you mean literally cannot read?
Literally can't read. Yes.
That makes me want to vomit.
It makes me want to cry, so I tend to not talk to them too long.
That is sad. I don't usually do, like, comprehension is one thing, but just can't read. I don't usually test for that. My line in the sand is usually can't question, and I give a lot of latitude before I kick them off for not questioning, even if they seem right off the bat not able.
Sorry, Heather's descent is it looks like they are correcting me. It looks like it's 20% are functionally illiterate.
Interesting. That's
That
still
is
way too high.
12. I thought it was 12.
so many people. 20, that is 1 in 5.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's like it's 1 under 8 can't read. I thought it was 1 in like 8 people can't read. If it is
If it's
1
20%,
in 5,
yeah, so if it's 20% and you have 100 people, that means 20 of them cannot read.
Correct. Or are functionally illiterate. That means that they may be able to read, but if the words are going by too fast, they're lost.
That is unacceptable.
What else is unacceptable is they're perfectly functioning in a capitalistic world. They just can't read.
And it's not unacceptable on their part. It's unacceptable on a lot of other people's. Like,
Yeah, it came down to the thought experiment. If you take a person off of an island and they cannot read and you introduce them into society, is it their fault a year later that they still can't read? That silence is like taking me out.
yeah, no, I used to read so much. I still do, just not as much because the jungle is hard. Um, and I
But that is it the person's fault or society's fault that they can't read anymore? A year later.
no, it's somebody. I don't know whose fault it is. It's not the person's fault, but it's somebody's fault for sure. Maybe a lot of people. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like taking Tarzan out of his environment, sticking him in New York, coming back and checking on him a year later, and wondering why he's still on the street.
Yeah, like I just. How are we here? How do we care so little about other human beings? I'm putting myself back on mute. Hello, Daniel Green. Nice to see you.
Hey, Daniel.
Good to see you, Daniel. Thanks for popping through. If anybody's not following Daniel Green, definitely do. He has great conversations, wonderfully calm conversations, which I very much enjoy.
The last time I saw him pop in here is the night that everybody popped in that I didn't know, that you were like, how are you not following these people? But since then I have been following him, and I went up on one of the lives one time, and also I pop in there a lot, and they are fantastic conversations. He is a must follow.
And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like it, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or tear you down. I'm not even interested in telling you that you're wrong. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. If you even know, and if you can question that belief.
I kind of want Alien back.
I know. I bet she slept some of that off by now.
Guys, I hung out with Hugh to mellow out my moyo as long as I possibly could. By the way, thank you. I want you guys to understand that if you see me, because you literally recalibrate my equilibrium. I do decompression before I let people stress me out. So you guys
Very
actually
kind
help
thing.
me out. You help my brain work. And Kat, thank you so much for catching me on that crash out. I'm glad you saw it coming.
You're very welcome. Anytime. Thank you for standing down. Like, thank you for catching yourself, catching me, catching you.
Yeah, because yesterday someone got threatened with getting tackled by the knees, taken down at the knees, and having his ankles bitten by me.
Yes, we don't usually do that, you know.
I'm like, sir, when I see you, I am taking you down by the knees. You're not going to escape. I'm biting your ankle, sticking you in a wagon, and rolling you downhill. I can't believe you did that to me. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much for letting me come up and hang out with you. It's a lot of fun, and I like the deeper questions.
Thanks for being here, Fluff. I really appreciate you. I hope you...
You do know I live to make you laugh, right?
Yes, and you manage to do it nearly every time you come in here.
That's the point. If I fail, then I'll start crying.
Well, you didn't fail today.
All right. Thanks. All right, guys. I will see y'all later. Thank you so much for...
Have a good night.
You too.
Oh.
All right.
Have a good life.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Fluff. And if anybody's not following Fluff already, you better do it right now before she drops off the panel. Definitely go over there and show her some bat love. Take care, Fluff. Oh, we had a request right then. There they are.
Oh.
Hey, Nicholas, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Here?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Okay, I went ahead and muted you, Nicholas. You're gonna have to go ahead and put some headphones in or something. Maybe even swipe out of the app and swipe back in. You're gonna have to go ahead and have full echo going on there. All we hear is ourselves and the music and everything coming right back in through your microphone. So if you got some headphones or something, definitely do that. If not, you're gonna have to turn your volume down and hold your phone away from your face. You're gonna have to turn your volume down and hold your... Wow, it's like you just got the microphone even closer, so It's almost like it's intentional at this point, so I'm just gonna set you down and say restart your app. Maybe that's what's going on there.
That was the worst I've ever heard.
That was very, very loud. Oh. Well, thank you for reminding me, Mateo, but also thank you to 96, to Kat, to the Martian Fire Yeti. I'm gonna have to get used to that. Heather's Descent.
So good.
Sheena Marie, and of course, Andrea. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you helping with that last goal.
I don't know who it is, but whoever it is a comic genius.
It makes me miss the old days when we'd see the Batcolyte in here.
Oh, I remember that. I did.
Yeah.
I have seen them a few times.
I've seen them around on their main. But...
You know who I have never had the pleasure of meeting?
Who's that?
You know what I'm gonna say.
Oh, the mod that just every once in a while reminds us of the rules.
Yes, that one. I wonder who that is.
You have no idea who you could be talking about. Hey, Tyler, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, anything like that?
I do. I believe in God and Jesus Christ is my.
I see. And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have not.
You have. Why not?
Because I'm actually on my journey and doing so at the moment.
You're on your journey in reading the Bible
I'm like in the process of reading the Bible. Like I know quite a lot already, but
Do you
because
believe
like
what you've read so far to be true?
Yeah, I mean the verses that I know I do truly believe. Yeah, I would say that.
The verses you know you truly believe. Why
Yeah,
do you
like for instance, like there's verses that back up that God will save all people. I'm trying to choose to believe in scripture, original scripture.
That God will save all people.
Yeah, I know that sounds crazy to say to a lot of people.
Save from what?
But there's more context to
I'm
that.
sorry, you
like
said God will save.
He will save them all from sin and death.
What is sin?
Sin is any, I don't know, like anything against God's word, like anything evil, I would say.
So sin is anything against God's word.
I
So
mean,
God will save us from anything against him.
Yeah, I mean, I truly believe that there will be judgment, obviously, in the lake of fire, and
Oh,
he will
there's
refine
a
us.
lake
But
of fire.
it says in the Bible that
Can you slow down
that,
just a little bit?
Yep, no problem.
You're saying he'll refine us.
Yeah, almost
what
like
does that
the
mean,
refinement of a sword.
What does that mean,
Like,
refine us? Does that mean
refine us, like correct us.
Correct us.
Make us righteous.
So makes everyone righteous, or
Yeah, he will eventually make everyone righteous.
so even the ones that get thrown in the lake,
Yes.
they don't stay there forever.
No, it's not eternal in my belief.
So, why do you believe that this book is true?
Because it speaks to my heart, and everything that I have had broken down for me just makes sense to me. And I'm still, I would never 100% say that I believe in anything 100%. I'm a big researcher.
How
I'm
much
trying.
of the
I'm trying to
Bible?
do. I.
It's talking. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. And before you go, Kat, though, real quick, I do need to thank 96, Heather, and Mateo Potato for helping with that goal. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead, Kat.
How much of the Bible have you read, would you say? Like, if you had to estimate, like a percentage?
Percent.
Okay. So, if you have only read 30% of the divinely inspired Word of God, the text that governs this religion, how can you say that you believe in this religion?
That I am putting my belief on faith from what I do know, because it touches my heart, and I'm trying to do more research to fully confirm my belief.
When you say do more research, what do you mean?
I want to learn the entire Bible. I want to learn what if there is contradictions. Like I heard Thrayle saying that there's contradictions. I'd like to learn about that. I just want to learn everything there is to learn, so I know if what I'm believing, what I'm choosing to believe, is.
About this learning endeavor is what I'm asking. Like, what is?
Well, I'm trying to learn from all different aspects, all like different people's opinions, their religions, everything.
Do you think that it's important to um, be informed before making decisions?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay. So why did you commit to this without being informed?
Because the things that I did learn, they literally just they made me feel like it just the way I learned the things that I learned, it was broken down so perfect that it just made 100% sense to me. But like I said, I still
Right.
question everything.
So let's say we meet, and you think that I am really great and I'm a great person and I'm really nice to you, and we become friends, right? And
Yeah.
everything you've learned about me is awesome, and it's great. So you are my friend. And then one day you learn that I murdered my entire family. Would you say that I am an awesome, great person?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you say that you made a decision about me that was not fully informed?
Yeah, I
And
made.
maybe you should not have been so hasty to make that decision.
No, I get what you're saying. You're saying like I don't know enough to make a decision. Like I should learn more before I make my decision. But I don't know. Like I still doubt myself. So can I really say that I've 100% made that decision? I don't know.
Would you say that part of that decision was made out of fear?
No, and that's actually what led me to believe more, because my teacher he
So
broke.
you're saying you don't fear?
I know that I will be judged, so I'm ready.
So you're aware of the lake of fire?
Yes.
And you think that you're not?
No, I know I'm gonna be judged. I know that we're all sinners. That's what I feel I know. I mean, because we all do bad things.
Sorry, I feel like I diverged from what Kat was trying to get at.
No, I drove the point home. Go ahead.
But okay. So you make this decision because you think that the person responsible for this book, or the being responsible for this book,
I believe that the way I believe is not the traditional Christian way. Like they fear God, so that's why they want to be there. You know, they fear hell. They think that Jesus saved them from hell. You know, I think Jesus saved us from our sins, and hell is not eternal. And everyone's
but you love this God.
Yes.
And you think why do you love this God?
Well, because there's nothing that has strayed me away from believing that there was an intelligent designer to this place we call the world.
Right. Oh, I mean, I don't see why that would drive you to love somebody. Like, even if I knew that there was an intelligent
Well, because
design,
if he created us, then he created love. And
he created you?
Is there a way to do something nice for someone?
I mean, well, according to the Bible, he created the humans, yes.
He created, okay, so you're saying humans or you?
Humans, which in turn falls down on me, so.
And this is why you love him?
I love him because I believe that he is a loving God that will correct and save everyone because he cares about his creation.
And then you said that you don't believe that hell is eternal.
I do not. I believe that God is capable of anything, and if he wants to take you out of hell, he can take you out of hell.
So do you believe that, like, what the scriptures
says that hell is eternal? The old scripture does not say that.
Well, the old scripture doesn't say anything about hell.
Yeah, exactly. Hell doesn't exist in the Bible.
So, okay. So are you not a Christian?
I have no denomination.
But you are a Christian.
But you could call me a Christian if you want, but I'm not. I don't claim any religion.
Okay. I don't think that you have enough information to make the decision.
That's I mean, well, that's why I'm trying to learn.
Sure. I just, like, for you to make the assumption that hell isn't eternal when it clearly says, like, an eternal lake of fire.
Yeah, but it does say that. I've done my research on that. It does say that in the new books that they made. Hell is actually not a word in the Bible. Neither is devil. His name is Satan.
But if you're gonna take like the belief in Jesus, and you're gonna take the scriptures from the New Testament and then say that some of the scriptures are true but others aren't, you're just cherry picking.
No. I've heard that one before, but I'm not cherry picking. I'm just stating that hell is not a word in the Bible.
You're saying hell is not a word in the Bible, but are you saying that the lake of fire is not eternal?
The lake of fire, and it's not what you guys think it is either. Like, if you think it is. If you think it's like a burning torment.
Hang on. You're saying the lake of fire is not eternal, though, right?
Yeah.
Are you saying it is not eternal? Does it say that it is eternal in the scripture?
In new scripture, yes. Like new
scripture.
Scripture that was rewritten, yes.
Which scripture was rewritten?
The new books, like King James and stuff like that.
The King James. How new is the King James?
It's one of the older ones, but I'm literally talking about like the old language. Say either Aramaic or Greek or Hebrew. It's one of the I couldn't quote it exactly. But.
You sound very unsure for someone who's done their research.
Yeah, well, because I'm fairly new on the research, I still got to keep going over it to remember it perfectly.
So if the lake of fire were written to be eternal in the Greek, would you still believe that it is not eternal?
I believe the word is like homologeo or something like that, which was the mistranslation. They made like eternal, they turned it into eternal, but it's actually translates to age of ages.
So the lake of fire of the age of ages.
Yeah, no, the lake of fire, you will be judged in the age of ages. Like you're going to be judged for a time, but not forever.
For a time.
And it's not necessarily the torture you think like everybody says it is.
Where does it say that? Doesn't it also say like weeping and gnashing of teeth, or is that a mistranslation?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with that. That's a different verse.
Where will the weeping and gnashing of teeth be, out of curiosity, since Tutski brought it up?
Well, I'm not versed enough to tell you that, so.
Oh, but you sounded very confident in correcting me.
Well, because if my teacher could break that down for you, he could do it better. But I'm not. That's why I told you guys off rip.
Why do you trust what your teacher says?
Yeah.
Because if he broke it down in front of you, you would question it too.
I'd be curious about that.
If he broke it down in front of us, we would question it. I would question it. I question it.
Well, I'm not. I get what you just did, but I'm saying you would be interested because he breaks it down very, very like in a way like you can't really contradict it.
Is there any possibility that your teacher could be wrong or mistaken?
Well, there's always a possibility. Yes, there's always. Which is why I'm open. And I want you guys to know that.
You're open to what?
I'm open to learn.
Open to
I'm open to the fact that I may be wrong.
What are you open to being wrong about?
Anything and everything I say. I'm just choosing to believe some of it off of the way it was broken down for me because it really makes sense. Now I couldn't say that I'm one person. I can't tell you that what I believe is the truth.
If you aren't able to describe it the same way your teacher describes it, is it possible?
That's what I'm working on.
Yeah, is it possible that you're just misunderstanding?
I can understand certain things for sure, like.
Oh no. Oh, I did it again, didn't I?
You tend to do that. You know, he's here.
Like I had certain things I can back up, but I don't mean to cut off, but I'm gonna request to come back up in a minute. I have something to do really quick.
Sure.
I am so sorry.
Appreciate you.
Every time. I'm so sorry, Thrayle. I didn't mean to do that.
I mean, he says he'll be back. He probably will be back. We'll probably have another guest, so that's going to make it difficult to just pick up the conversation. But maybe later. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, go ahead and request on up. MJ's been waiting a while. MJ, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power?
Yes, I do believe in I am a Christian, non-denominational as well, but yeah, I do identify as being a Christian.
So have you read your Bible?
He was speaking about.
So stop, MJ. You're not here to comment on the previous guest. Can you read the board?
What do you believe, Chris? I read the board. Yeah.
Yeah. What is the first question?
But I want to say I believe.
Stop.
I believe in the same things that he believes in, but the only thing I was going to say is that I would.
I don't need you.
I just want to articulate it. I just want to articulate it from my perspective.
I'm not here to have you comment on the previous guest. If you're here to question your own beliefs, then you can answer the questions about your own beliefs. When I say stop and you don't stop, then I'm not here to talk to you. Not that you have to obey my command, but if you're not going to have a conversation, you're just gibbering over the top of me. So, moving forward to somebody who might be able to question their beliefs. Let's see. Hello, Phenomenal. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
1 second, boss. I really need to turn my phone up a little bit. 1 sec. I'm 33 though.
Okay.
1 sec. I just need this.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you so we don't have to hear you or wherever you are. And whenever you get to where you're going, and you can talk, why don't you hit that unmute? There you go.
Hello.
So, you said 33.
Yeah, I'm 33, sir.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, anything like that?
I do have a belief in a higher power.
In what do you mean by higher power? What does that mean to you?
Well, I can't really understand or explain that. I think it's very, very complex. Now, I have gone into certain religions, such as Christianity, although if we're going to put them into percentages, like I heard Kat say earlier, then I'd say I've only done about 60% of the books out there mainstream, like the Quran, the Bible. I've read a bit of the Bhagavad Gita. I've gone into Buddhism, done a bit of Hinduism, but then I dropped off and turned into spirituality. Go on, sir.
Okay, so you don't believe in any of those, but you believe in something spiritual you call higher power.
Yeah.
And why do you call it higher power?
Well, I think...
What do you call it?
I think it's just... I think if I would use a word that is out there, I'd call it divine.
What does divine mean?
To me, I don't know the root meaning, to be fair. I've only, say, jumped on the bandwagon, but I think it's a higher special thing, that really.
Why have you jumped on the bandwagon?
Because it resonated with me and it aligned with what I was seeking for at the time. So it made me feel comfortable. I'd gone through most religions and never found anything like that. I think most religions aimed at external. But really, I do find that some of the religions as well, like Christianity, Jesus himself talks about the inner, when he says the kingdom is within. So I think it's been changed a little bit to say, I think most of these people that come, with a special message, I think really they're trying to tell people it's internal and we are all special. And I think when I started to look at energy and vibration and things like that afterwards, that's when things really started to happen. I was meditating in religious
studies. Let's stop for a moment.
Go on, sir.
What is energy?
Energy is everything. Everything is made of energy.
Everything is energy?
Yeah.
Is there anything that is not energy?
I don't think there is, to be fair. I think it all rests as energy. Even non-energy is rest as static, but it's still energy.
So everything is energy?
Everything is energy.
Is there another way you can define the word energy so I can understand what it is you're describing?
Tiny, compact atoms. So say like...
So energy is atoms?
Tiny, compact atoms filled in it. Some of them have got life inside them, filled with consciousness.
Tiny, compact atoms, with some of them having life inside of them. Why are you saying that energy is tiny, compact atoms?
Why am I saying that? Well, when you look in your body, you look at it on a macro scale. So
macro scale.
Yeah. So obviously you would go to your cells, and then when you go to your cells, you would go inside your cells, and then I think you get neutrons and stuff like that. And then
inside your cells are neutrons.
Yeah, so you would go inside and then inside that and then inside that to right down to the smallest thing you can get. So basically to the monatomic scale. Yeah.
Monatomic. What is monatomic?
Monatomic is the individual atom by itself. So the
atoms. So when you're down there on the monatomic scale, looking at an individual atom, what is it that is that the tiny compact atom, or are there tinier atoms in the atom?
I don't know, to be fair. I just know that we're built of atoms, and it's inside them atoms is energy.
Inside the atoms, where in the atoms is the energy?
I don't know. I'm not a biologist, to be fair, sir.
And the atoms are inside the neutrons. Is that right? The neutrons.
I'm not sure on that.
Cells.
Then again, I'm not a biologist. I didn't go that far into it, sir.
Is there any chance that you might have a misunderstanding of not only biology but what energy is?
I don't believe that, no, but I would always say I'm not always right, and I don't know everything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I asked if you could be wrong, but then you said you don't think so, but you aren't always right. It sounded a little contradictory.
I don't think it is, because I've done my research, and most of the science,
done your research.
Yeah, about energy. So when you go into energy, I can't really explain. I've done my thingy in it, and I kind of forgot that in it, because that's a kind of bit back for me. But energy really is everything in it. I mean, if you go and if you'd like to, I don't know if you want to do that, but you can have a little study on it.
Is there any chance that you could be wrong and that energy is just?
I don't believe.
I'm sorry, you didn't let me finish.
Finish that, sir. Finish that.
Yeah, is there any chance that you could be wrong and energy is not everything, that some things might not be energy? Like maybe energy is a description of
Straight up, I'm going to say this with confidence. No, I actually think everything's energy. When you look at it on a monatomic scale, everything rests as energy. I'm going to be confident to say that now.
So I'm
not going to look, but I've just had a thingy that I'm really confident in saying everything is energy.
You're not going to look. You're just really confident.
I'm just going to be confident in saying everything is energy.
I'm sorry. You're going to stop talking over me. That's the last time I'm going to let you get away with it. So it's sounding to me like you have an unquestionable, absolutely dogmatic, 100% belief that you can't be wrong about. Am I right?
I believe that you're going to get angry and try and kick me off, so I'm going to get off your life.
I'm not going to get angry about it. I'm simply going to remove you because you are dogmatically unquestioning and argumentative and talking over the top of me, and now you're grandstanding and about to give some exit speech. It's a waste of time. Absolute waste of time. Hello, Lucky. Can I get your age? Can I get your age?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had, I'm 49. I had to think.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power? Anything like it?
I can't say that it is something there, but we want to have that belief to survive.
You say you can't say that there is something there, but you want to have a belief to survive. You said we. Are you sure you didn't just mean you?
People.
You think all people?
Not everyone, no.
Okay, so just some people. Can we talk about what your belief?
The Bible.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm questioning the Bible.
You're questioning the Bible?
Yes.
Do you believe the Bible?
No.
So,
Absolutely not.
you don't believe the
believe in
Bible?
God.
What God do you believe
In my God.
in your God?
Like me, yeah.
What is your God?
My God is a very kind something. Maybe he's an alien or something. I don't know. We don't know. That is, some people are so anxious to, or very rude if someone tell them that you can't be sure. No one can't be sure. No one can be sure. I mean, that's crazy to say, but it's so old, and they have been reading all over again and all over again and all over again. So the one who says that they know that the Bible is true is lying.
Mm. Do you know that your God is real?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I just have someone to talk to if I need to talk. If I need to talk.
So your God is just something that you talk to?
Yes, yes. And I think we have it from we were small, because they tell us that God is over there and He see you, what you're doing. So it's I say sorry if I say a bad word. Why, I don't know. Probably my father's told me that. So I do what my parents told me to do, believe in God. But I have always questioned it.
Do you want to know the truth, or would you rather take comfort in not knowing?
I don't know if I want to know the truth, because I don't know what's coming if I get the truth. Maybe I want to be in limbo. It feels more safe, because I don't know who that look like. I don't know. Anyone who knows?
Well, no.
I think we agree with you that nobody knows what it looks like. I heard you say that you believe your God just for something to talk to. Is it just that it gives you comfort, or do you actually believe that the God you imagine is there?
Yeah, it gives me comfort, because I have done it all my life. I had to pray before I went to bed, and yeah, it is something there that actually I think is good that people have it, because the one who is bad, they think that he's looking at them, so maybe they're more nicer. I don't know.
You think that it's good that people believe because it might make them nicer? Do you think that people would be? You think people would be mean without a God?
Yeah, I think many people have this capacity to be really mean, but I think the one who really believes in God, really think they know, I think they actually be a little more kinder than they. No, I don't know. There's so many bad people who believes in God.
I'm going to talk past you for just a moment to make sure I think 96, quiet light, and anybody from a private account who might have helped with that last goal. Sorry if I didn't catch your name, but I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. I wonder, Lucky, does it matter to you if your God is real or not?
No. No. I really don't want to know.
You don't want to know. Interesting.
No.
Why
I'm
not?
not curious like that. I'm not curious. I'm happy to pretend that I'm talking to someone. But in my brain, I'm really talking to God, but I know I'm pretending because I can't be sure. So in case if he is there, I have at least talked to him and said sorry sometimes.
Do you think
What do you believe?
Oh, what we believe
Bats?
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think Bats had a question for you, but I think I figured
Yeah.
out that private account that helped with that goal. Thank you, Mateo.
God will save you from anything?
No. Absolutely not. Because we, the people, is the mean. We are the bad devils that they talk about. And I don't believe in the devil. I think devil is that the people put on other people to scare them. Is people who is the mean shit things for real. So, but it is a little comfort to sometimes talk, and I say sorry sometimes. I haven't talked to you for a long time. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is comfort. Like a cup of cocoa.
Cup of cocoa is very comforting, especially on a rainy day like it is over here. But if this God brings you comfort, which he seems to do, or she, or whoever this deity is, are there any other reasons you follow this God besides comfort? Like, were you raised to believe that there's a God and that's why you believe, or some other reason?
Exactly. I am Christian. I just have learned that my grandfather was a travel person, so I am a Jewish Christian. So, and the Jewish don't. Jesus is existing in their beliefs, but he was only, an ordinary man. They are still waiting for Christ to come down. So if who can say what is right and wrong? We can't do it because we were not living in the time when they started. And why did it start when Jesus was born? Was people believing? What is right? What is wrong? We don't know.
Lucky, I wonder if you were to find out tomorrow that what you believe, your God of your own imagining, couldn't possibly be real, that no God could be, would it change your life?
if I really knew that he was not existing, no, it wouldn't. Nah, no, nothing would. No, I would be the same person. Yeah, because I know that I can have wrong. Like everyone else.
I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions openly and honestly, Lucky. It sounds like you do a great job already at questioning your beliefs. That you don't really hold to your God as a thing that others need to believe, just something that gives you comfort, and you would even question its existence.
Yeah, you must do that, otherwise you're crazy.
I don't know about that, but I do appreciate
you. Yeah, if you believe in... Sorry.
I was just gonna say I don't really have any more questions for you, but I do appreciate you coming up and being honest. I think we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. But thank you, Lucky.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions. We have a few other people in queue here. Let's see. I don't know who's been waiting the longest, but oh, that's quite loud. Forever with. I'm gonna guess by the long pause that maybe you didn't. If you did, go ahead and request on up. I'll bring you up next. But we're gonna start with, well, maybe not. Okay, if everybody's a queue ghost, then I'm just gonna go to bed.
Hello.
There we go. Hello, Libra. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I used to. I think I fall under agnostic apatheist, which is a term I only recently heard.
An apatheist, so you don't actually care if a god exists, and you
I don't know for sure. Like, I don't know for sure if one does. I don't think we can. But I also, I guess it would depend on the god whether or not I actually cared if it existed. But I think for the most part, I don't know that I would, because I'm sort of one of the I'd rather know than just sort of blindly believe.
So you'd rather know than blindly believe.
And I say that because I was raised non-denominational Christian. So for the first 15 years of my life, all I did was blindly believe.
So why don't you believe now?
Well, I think part of it is the fact that I'm autistic. So basically, if it doesn't make sense to me, I'm going to sit around and question it the entire time. It's sort of like a make it make sense kind of thing. But
and so you never found a sensible answer.
What I came to is basically that I just don't know. I don't have a way to know. And that if a deity actually existed, I think it would know what it would take to convince me. And it probably wouldn't be just talking to people. Also, fair warning, if you hear any barking in the background, I have 3 dogs.
Well, it's good to know that it's not you holding the phone back and barking.
Yeah.
So, I can understand that you would expect a God to know how to convince you if it wanted you to believe.
Yeah.
Assume for its nature of existence and desire for you to believe, its willingness to give you evidence. Would that be enough for you to worship that God?
Well, if a god did, I guess, present itself to me, it could be multiple gods too. But if it or they presented it or themselves to me, then I think I would know that they existed. Um, sorry, two of my dogs are trying to wrestle. I don't know if you hear that. um, but then I would know they existed. It would really only be a choice of whether or not to follow the belief system. Because, like I said, I was raised non-denominational Christian.
So if that was the God that presented itself to you, gave you the evidence to believe that it existed, would you worship that?
The Christian God? No.
What would convince you to worship it?
Honestly, I'm not sure that there would be a way to convince me to worship it. Because, like, and it isn't just because of my past, but, like, I looked into the history of this thing, and I realized that if if this thing just it destroying things and unaliving people, and then all of a sudden having like bipolar disorder and a new set of books coming along where suddenly it's like something somewhat kinder-ish maybe when it wants to be.
So
Sorry.
So if that God proved itself to you that it existed, you wouldn't worship it?
I don't think I could bring myself to do that. I mean, that God to me comes across as like a petulant child.
Sure.
At an anthill with a
I had another question, sorry.
Sorry.
What kind of God would you want to worship if you had to choose one?
Well, honestly, I don't know that it would be a god. I guess in terms of maybe beliefs, I guess. I would lean more towards like nature and animism rather.
Why animism?
This will probably sound strange, but I've always had a closer connection to nature than I have with people. It feels like home to me. And it's not like, it doesn't feel crowded or it's not stressful to me.
So because it's not stressful, does that does that make it more, like, is that the most appealing kind of God, is something that's just not stressful?
Well, I have an anxiety disorder that I actually got from being Christian.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I developed an anxiety and depression disorder and PTSD just being Christian. So for me, I even if there was some stress involved with the deity, I don't want to feel like I'm going to hell for eternity. because I didn't believe in a thing. That's not a choice to me.
Okay. I think I've asked all the questions I have. Does anybody else have any questions for Libra?
I can relate to a lot of what they say, but my children are waking, and I think I have to rather ask you, Thrayle, to help me down the slide into the comments. Thank you so much for having me.
That I spent the other, well, many years of my life. Like I said, I'm 53. I spent a long time actually just questioning what I believed. And I looked into other religions, like even other nature-based religions. But for me, I think it just doesn't add up, I guess.
So no other kind of God or anything like that ever appealed to you?
I have always leaned more toward a lot of people
Nature
find that
is like a personified entity. What do you mean by nature?
it's nature, like
Just nature, that which is. That which is natural.
Yes. It's like I know that when we die, our body goes back to nature. I don't know if there's anything after life, I guess.
Okay.
It's just sort of like I don't have a problem with religion in and of itself. I think
Libra.
what I struggle with.
Libra.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, it feels like you're giving us testimony. You're not
No,
really
not at all.
answering questions about belief right now. You're just kind of telling us. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I'm out of questions at the moment. I am looking for believers who have a belief to question. So I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that I did ask. I hope that you keep asking questions. But I am going to move on to a new guest. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there's Paldo. Hello, Paldo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Or anything like that.
Yeah, sure. So an issue I have with a lot of atheists, and I like to look at facts.
Goodbye, Poldo.
They fail.
Nobody asked you if you had issues with atheists, Poldo. I asked you if you have a belief in a god or gods. If you can't answer a single direct question, then you're not going to do well on the panel. I don't know why you would even bother requesting backup if that's what you're. And really, more importantly, Poldo, if you can question your own beliefs, well, then I think we can have a very fruitful conversation. But otherwise, I'm just gonna get bored with you and move on anyways. So, unless that's why you're here, you know, to question your own beliefs, well then, why are you here?
Hey, sup, bud?
Hey, Beast, I wouldn't have let you up, so can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, it's 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I believe in one God.
Which god is that?
There's one God known by Allah in Arabic. In Aramaic, it was known as Allah.
Oh, that was an accident. You're welcome to request backup. Finger slipped. He sounds like he was talking to a child. I'm not a child. Hello, Paldo. Are you here in good faith? Do you want to actually question your beliefs?
Yeah, I question everything, including you.
You question everything, including me.
Yeah.
Well, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
I have a higher power, yes.
What does higher power mean to you?
Something that when I hit rock bottom in life that pulls me out of the struggle. That's a greater power than myself.
It pulls you out of the struggle.
Yes, physically, yeah.
Physically pulls you out of the struggle.
Physically, yeah.
And when you say higher power, are you referring to something that is not physical?
No, I'm referring to a higher power that is physical.
A physical higher power?
Yeah.
What is that higher power?
Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Excellent. Well, don't think that's the kind of belief I'm interested in questioning.
God. Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Yeah, I'm bored with Paldo. I'm bored with, do we want to try Mr. Pedantic again? Or what was Nicholas? Did we have a problem with Nicholas?
Echo. The echo was Nicholas's problem. Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he's got the echo fixed. Oh, no. Nicholas isn't there. Okay, we can try the one that's going to be talking down. No, he's not there either.
Oh, he got muted for 30 seconds, so he probably just got mad and left.
That usually happens. I'm wondering if I should read the poem.
You sound like you might be tired.
I mean, I might be a little tired.
Now you sound like a child or an animal that doesn't want to go to sleep but is tired. Whenever I have a kitten, kittens hate going to sleep, but they need a lot of it. And they do the thing that like children do where they like fight the sleep and they're like, I'm not tired. And I wasn't likening you to a child or a kitten. It's just
Maybe I need to be likened to a child sometimes.
well, I think that especially when tired, we all can act in that way, you know. I don't know. Some people get like tired, grumpy, and some people get hungry, grumpy, and some people do both.
Right, I think most people would.
You're a tired, grumpy person for sure. I don't know about hangry. But guys, that being said, like even grumpy Thrayle is like still pretty patient and tolerant. I think Hammy's asleep. I think Thrayle's doing a poem.
Emmy has been drifting in and out.
I thought so.
He especially drifted out when he heard a lot of people sounding like they were not really questioning.
There was one guy like last week that me and Thrayle were the only questioners, and we both might have drifted out a little bit. Luckily, he was on enough of a monologue.
Yeah. That tends to happen.
I almost want to question Hammy in this state of mind.
Oh, we
State
might be fixing to. Oh.
half in
Thrayle,
and half out.
Do you know Hammy's stance on morality?
He's got to be a moral subjectivist.
Right? He's got to be, right, Hammy?
Moral anti-realist.
I don't know.
One can glean objective truths through it.
I don't quite know what that means.
So
I kind of do, maybe?
So if we know that it's subjective and that there are people who have their own like groups of people who all kind of ground their morality in the same instance, whether it be through a god or through some other means. But if all of them can agree that X is a bad thing, with however they ground their morality, then that becomes an objective truth.
Is right. You don't have to take that.
Thrayle over here being an instigator on the question.
Well, I just wonder why we keep wanting to tie objectivity to morality in one way or another.
The thing is it's not that it ties it, it's just that by necessity, if everybody's in agreement on one thing, it means that
what is objectivity by definition?
Objectivity by definition is mind give me a sec. Independent.
You were right. Yeah, independent of the mind. So does that okay, so what you're saying though is if a lot of minds all think it's the same, then that's objective, but that can't be true because it's less objective because it's a lot of minds.
It's not that it in and of itself is objective, it's just that the truth that everybody agrees that this is a bad thing, necessarily that it's that the morality in and of itself is objective.
Yeah, but it's still not an objective truth. Unless we're defining objective differently.
It depends. I mean, if we can see that this holds true, even without somebody there to without the human mind being able to rationalize it, then one could say that it could be an objective truth.
Well, how could we know that? Because we cannot perceive mind. Like, we have to have mind to do all those things.
We can try to. We can do it through viewing it through other species.
Does it have to be a human mind?
No.
Isn't it? Could it be any mind? Like, does objective have to be like just subject outside of the human mind, or is it outside of any mind?
I think it would be outside of a mind that can actually rationalize it, I guess.
can we say for sure that animal minds can't rationalize?
Unless there's an animal that doesn't have a mind that it seems to hold true with.
I almost feel bad, Thrayle. You sound so sleepy.
I'm always, yeah. I'm a bit sleepy, but I'm still awake.
You're doing great. I just feel bad for like making you like think about things while sleepy.
Yeah, Thrayle wanted to give me a challenge, I guess. Or give you a challenge or something. I don't know. You wanted to challenge one of us.
I really wanted to ask you this earlier, but I didn't want to do it with a panel full of people because Thrayle and I kind of had this hypothesis the other day about objective morality is objective. And we were trying to discern if like we knew anybody with that had never had a God belief that thought morality was objective. Because people who don't currently have a God belief but did at one point, there's like we know quite a few who think morality is objective, and it's just a really interesting trend. It's like my question about if God is. Have I asked you this? Does God have to exist to be meaningful?
You haven't asked me this, but you've asked it to other people with me present.
What do you think?
Does God have to exist to be meaningful?
Mm-hmm.
No. I think that people can find meaning even if they believe that a God exists but they don't know it. I think that they can still like it's the same thing as like any fictional character. I can glean insights from a bunch of different characters.
Right. No, I had somebody. I literally the other day I asked a Christian this, and I that's what I did. They said yes, God has to exist to be meaningful, and I said, well, like what about like fairy tales or whatever the characters in that have to exist for it to have to exist to be meaningful, and they were like he does. I was like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I was here for that.
Oh yeah, okay. I couldn't remember if that was here or somewhere else.
No. I was very, very quiet. I was muted most likely, but I was listening to the entire thing, and it was wild.
It was crazy. It was so cognitively dissonant. I just couldn't even.
Yeah, they want to especially plead for their particular being because they have this really deep tie to it that it has to exist.
I can't imagine that. Is that Swiss? No.
Except Cookies says God is an emotional support pet. That's what it seems like sometimes. And I mean, there's one gentleman who was here. I don't know if I was on the. I don't think I was on the panel for him. But he had said that it was a security blanket. And that's the thing is that for most people, well, not most, but for a great majority, a great percentage of people, it seems that the religion in and of itself isn't like they don't really care if it's true or not. It helps them, makes them feel safe. It makes them feel warm and fuzzy, and trying to in any way, shape, or form question that and possibly have it ripped away scares them greatly. Yes.
You know what though? If they can acknowledge that like it's a security blanket or that it's for comfort and that like that is the reason they hold this belief, then I kind of just tend to like back off and like let them do it. Like like if you can acknowledge that this is what this is, then you've kind of done the work in that respect at least. And who am I to take that from you?
I don't really care if they hold it, but like It's just one of those things. Is I'd much rather than be aware that that's what it is, and
Right, I feel that too. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that if we like have some acknowledge that that's what it is, that they would probably see it as that, and they themselves may then start trending more towards being more open with the fact that this God may not exist. Because if that's the only reason why they're holding on to it, then they then might, if they're rational in every other way, shape, or form, like on any other subject, but it's just this God that they're irrational about, that they're holding on to it so tightly that once they realize that it's possible that that's what this is for them, then who knows?
And I think it's time. The poem sucks, but I'm gonna read it.
How badly have you not? Wait, have you at all tried to touch it up at all?
Yeah, I tried. The cadence. It's gonna. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. But anybody who didn't get a chance to question your beliefs, we will be back again tonight, of course, as we always are, to question beliefs, to challenge assumptions, and see if you even really can, and if you even really know what it is you believe. And if you want to join this community, if you want to see what we get up to behind the scenes, challenge Hammy or Cat to chess. Actually, Hammy, do you play chess?
I dabble a little bit in chess.
I want to play you in chess.
Okay.
Discord, of course. The link tree in my bio or the Batcolyte's bio. Or, the first link in that link tree will take you to the Discord. You'll want to make sure and read the rules when you get there. And if you can agree to them, then you should find out you're not alone. And if you do stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. I really do thank you, everybody who does help that way. It does make all the difference. And I also want to make sure I thank everybody who's been here, tapping the screen, sharing the live, being a part of these conversations. Everybody who commented, who joined us in questioning, who questioned themselves, and everybody who fell asleep. Of course, thank you all. And of course, thank you to Cat D and 96 for helping with our final gift goal. I really appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And thank you, Kat and Hammy, for helping to ask such great questions.
Thank you for holding this space for all of us to be here.
Absolutely.
You don't ever get thanked, so I'm going to start to try to do that more.
Thank you. Thank you for thanking me and not fighting me as I drop you. Oh, it didn't work.
Can't drop me.
Delayed. Okay, well, that's why I've got two screens. Thank you, Kat. And now I think there's only really one thing left.
through the halls of unanswered prayers, each one dust soft and brittle with years. I tap them once, they crack like shells, hollow comforts, just as spells. I pass through rooms of righteous claims carved deep in hearts that hide from change. Every vow hums like a trapped machine, grinding certainty out of fear of the unseen. I lift beliefs twist, their shapes misled. What seems like marble turns to smoke. What felt like pillars crumbles at a poke. I sift through maps of meaning made, the lines too straight, the borders frayed. Someone drew these worlds to last, yet the ink runs quick when you begin to ask. I hold up mirrors framed in lore. They swear they've seen this face before, but each reflection shifts again, reminding us you trust the glass, not where it's been. And so I'm left with one sure thread, the single truth I've never shed, that every claim must stand alone beneath the blade of the unknown. For if every certainty bends when pressed through, what else is worth holding except the asking of, is that true? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together,